Okay, let's see what can be the problem for this. Okay, now it says here that I'm live, and I hope I'm live. Um, this one doesn't say that I'm on YouTube Kids. It it says here that no, this video is not destined for kids. It says I'm live, so I I guess I'm live now. I really hope so. Let's see. Yeah, it says that I'm live. Yeah, okay, so now I'm back. I hope this video is not uh, for YouTube Kids. Um, yeah, and now we should be fine. Okay, so because I think that oh wait, I put myself louder. Hopkins, hi Hopkins. Um, so I already started the stream, but had to um, stop it because I had two streams at once. So to make one single stream, I had to stop the previous stream. But I think that people um, who didn't manage to get in time for the stream will miss out on the games I already showcased. So I guess I should present them again. The ones I showed you here. Okay, so I started with Brink. So today in this stream I will show you my PS3 collection and hopefully my PS4 collection too. I think that I will manage to present the PS4 collection because PS4 games aren't as interesting because PS4 games don't have manuals, don't have anything. They're just a game with a paper. Like, for example, here God of War. It's just one piece of paper and that's that. So I think that I can manage to show you my PS4 collection too, because those the PS4 game cases aren't as interesting. Okay, let's get into it. I hope you can hear me. I hope the stream is working um, correctly and that I don't have two streams at once and stuff like that. Um, let's see with the other stream what happened. Um, so this one's live, and let's just delete the other stream so that people won't think that the stream is already over. Okay, so I'll delete this one and the other one, and this will be the final stream where I present you everything. So in this video I will showcase my PS3 and PS4 game collection. I'll put PS3 and PS4 because I'm optimistic that we'll manage to get this shelf and another bottom register of games in one sitting. I hope, but we'll see. If not, I will change the title. Uh, yeah, this stream is fine. Thank you for telling me. If you notice any other um, um, things that aren't right on the stream, please tell me. I'll try to um, fix them. No, demolition. The Aditya. Today. today is for PS3 and hopefully PS4, but we'll see if we can manage to squeeze the PS4 game collection today, or it will just be the PS3 game collection. We'll see. Okay, so in the first stream that now isn't on, um, I already managed to showcase like 4 games, but I'll showcase them again because I think that um, most people who will rewatch the stream um, will watch it when it's not live anymore. So I think that the best way will be to show again the 4 games and then progress onto the other ones. Okay, let's start or restart. The first one was Brink, which if you don't know the game, you didn't lose anything because the game is pretty boring. At least in my eyes, it was boring. It's nice that it has 2 codes that give you weapons. The manual is nice, and as I said in the first stream, the design for the packaging is really eye-catching. So I can understand why people would want to buy this one. It looks great. I mean, from the packaging, and the trailers look good too, but for me the game itself was kind of boring and bland. And many reviewers said the same thing about the game, that it's kind of bland. But though it looks pretty good. So here are my codes. Um, do you like PS3 more than PS4? Well, it's debatable, but one thing that I like more about the PS3 is the menu. The XMB menu is much more it's much nicer and more filled with stuff than the PS4 menu that has only those squares. PS4 looks more simplistic to me. And I also liked the waves in the PS3 menu more than the PS4. But as what games are concerned, well, games are games, and PS3 has some great titles, the PS4 has some great titles too, so I can't really compare them. They're both great in their own way. Though you're so underrated, I appreciate you and your hard work. Thank you, Imran. Don't stop posting and never give up, mate. Thank you. Okay, so Brink. Um, if you ever see it, my recommendation is to not buy it. I mean, even if you buy it cheap, it's still a bland and pretty boring game. And most reviewers have the same opinion about it as me, that it's boring. But yeah, in case you really don't know what to play and want to give this one a try, try it. Maybe you will like it. People and tastes are different. Okay, the next game is Red Dead Undead Nightmare, which, as I said, is actually the DLC content for the base game. I don't know what happened and how I ended up buying the DLC after I bought the base game, but I remember that I bought the base game and then got the DLC. And as I said in the previous stream, I really appreciate Rockstar for putting so much effort into their packaging. I mean, most game publishers don't put as much effort into the manuals because manuals are a thing the buyer sees once they bought the game. So why would game publishers bother with manuals? Because it's such a small thing that the buyer is going to read after they already made a profit to the publisher. So why will they bother? But Rockstar doesn't think the same. They want their products to be perfect in every little detail, and that's why I appreciate Rockstar so much. I mean, look, the manual, it has design. It's pleasant to look at, as you can see here. It's not like other manuals that are just bland. I mean, for example, look at the manual of Where's Street Fighter, for example, this one. Um, this manual is pretty functional. I mean, it just tells you how the game works, and that's that. There's no much. There's not a lot of style to the manual, but Rockstar puts a lot of style in their manuals too. And also, Mojo, hey mate, welcome back. Hi, welcome back, Mojo. So I was just representing the 4 games I managed to present in the previous stream, so that people who are going to watch the stream after it ended will have the complete edition of every PS3 game I showcased. So this is the poster for Red Dead Undead Nightmare, and this is the map for Undead Nightmare. So you can see Rockstar puts a lot of effort into everything they do, because if you look at the base game, where did I put, yeah, it's here. I mean, look at the manual, it's so pleasant to look at. Look, every page is so pleasant. I think they had some great artistic minds there. I mean, look, it's so pleasant to look at the manual. That's why I appreciate Rockstar so much. They put effort into the tiniest details, even into a manual that just sits in a game case for most of the time. And look, the poster of Red Dead, the base game, looks like this. So the front is, oh, it's backwards. The front looks like this, and the back looks like this. See, it's a map in a Western style, really stylish, it's great. And for a DLC, so remember that this is DLC content. For one DLC, they redesigned the map and even put where zombies will gather. You also get a poster, so they put effort into their product. Remember that Undead Nightmare is actually the DLC for Red Dead, and they put so much effort into some DLC. That's why I appreciate Rockstar. I mean, look, it has zombies, it has other cool stuff, while the base game looks like a Western map, a normal Western map, because Rockstar, the base game, has a normal Western gameplay, while Undead Nightmare, because it's a zombie apocalypse, has a zombie looking map. Okay, let's fold it back and get onto the next games. This is Undead Nightmare and its manual. Let's put it back. Okay, and put the poster back for Red Dead, the base game. Like that. Mojo, I play on my PS3 more than my PS4 these days. PS3 has so many exclusive classics, it's amazing. Yeah, true, the PS3 game library is amazing. Though I've noticed that, like on PSP, some games have a little bit of slowdown on PS3, but the PS3 exclusives are amazing, and they're worth. It's worth more buying a used PS3 and even all the games than what Sony offers now with their PS Plus options. It's cheaper to buy a normal PS3, a used one, and to buy the game separately than pay their subscription to PS Plus. I mean, if you analyze and start calculating, it's much more worth buying a PS3 and all of the games than paying for that subscription. Next up is TV Superstars. Um, TV Superstars is a game that requires PlayStation Move. This is the controller, so you need a PS Move controller and a PlayStation Eye camera. I can't show you the camera because it's hooked to my PS3 and the cable is behind my TV, so I can't yank it out. But you need this controller to play this game. And if you have two controllers, you can play the game with friends because this is actually a multiplayer intended game. You can play it alone, but as for most games like this, most party games, it's boring to play it alone. It's the same like with Wii games. I feel that Wii games are the most fun when you have people by. It's the best console when you have guests. But playing Wii games alone, it depends on the game. Not every Wii game is fun when played alone. But if you play a Wii game with friends, even the bootleg games can get to be fun. Even the worst games can get pretty fun if you play Wii games with friends. And it's the same with this, but the difference is that this is actually a good game. You can have a lot of fun with it, and also the packaging is really nice. Oh, Mojo, you wrote something. Yeah, agree with you. It's better to play PS3 games on native hardware instead of PS Plus, PS Now, and PS Plus. Yeah, and it's also cheaper. It's cheaper, and if you if you get the subscription for PS Plus, you don't have the game indefinitely. You have access to the games as long as you pay your subscription every month. But if you buy a PS3 and the PS3 games, then you will have them as for as many months as you want. That's a huge advantage. I mean, you have the games forever as long as the PS3 holds up and the discs don't lose the data on them. But what's better, to have the games for 1, 2, 3, up to 10 years, or I paid for the PS Plus subscription. This month I have access to my games, and the next one I don't because I didn't pay my subscription anymore. Okay, so the packaging is like this, and it's super cool that they made the packaging like a magazine. Like a magazine, as you can see here. It even has a barcode. How cool is that? And inside it also looks like a magazine. They cheapened out a little bit because the inside of the manual is black and white, but yeah, it's alright. I mean, it explains every mini game in the game. Oh wait, it explains every mini game in the game, and well, it's nice packaging here, especially the cover. And it's really fitting. It's really fitting to the game because it's about how you can become a TV superstar, and this is a magazine because stars usually get to be on the cover of magazines. Also, it has an interior design. And as I said, PlayStation Move game that you can play with friends. Try this one out. It's fun. At least from my experience, from what I've played with a friend of mine, this title is pretty fun. On the PS3 with PlayStation Move controllers, actually you need PlayStation Move. As you can see on the packaging, it says PlayStation Move required. So if you have the PlayStation controllers and want a great game for the PlayStation Move controller, try TV Superstars. It's great. Okay, next up, Call of Duty Ghosts. As I said in the previous stream, I've got this game for €1, and it's crazy. I got it with €1 because the retail store that sold this copy wanted to get rid of the previous generation games and to make room for the PlayStation generation. So they just wanted to get rid of the games to put the newer generation games on shelf and made a huge sale. I was there at the right time and the right place and got this one for €1. And it's crazy because if you think about it, only printing the manuals myself, buying the case, printing this paper, getting a Blu-ray, and getting the print for the Blu-ray will cost me more than €1, which is crazy. I mean, just think about it that um, they reduced the price, they lowered the price so much that even the materials the game is made out of are more expensive than what they sold. That without counting that the disc also has a game for which people worked on and stuff like that. So yeah, it was a really great deal. And uh, in the case, you get a code which expired. I got a code that says that I also get the game on PS4, but since I bought the game too late, the code expired. But yeah, the game was €1, so I'm not mad that the code was expired when I bought the game. And there also is a another booklet, and that's what you get with Call of Duty Ghosts. I was so excited about this purchase. I mean, it's one of my second best purchases in what video games are concerned. As you saw in my previous stream, the best purchase in video games I have ever made was this one. I bought Assassin's Creed Bloodlines for 21 cents, which is crazy. As I've told you in the previous stream with where I showcased my PSP game collection. Okay, let's see if this stream is still working. Yeah, it says here that it's working. I'm live. Please tell me in the comments if something goes wrong with the stream. Do you like the 6-axis controller more on the DualShock 3? What I like about the PlayStation 3 controller is that it's smaller, and I always appreciated that. Let me show you. Here's my PS3 controller and here's the PS4 controller. Here they are. I always appreciated that it's smaller and it's also lighter. I always like the PS3 controller more. Not necessarily in vibration because I don't really feel a big difference between the vibration mechanics from the two controllers, but I always liked the PS3 controller more. It's smaller. I'm not really tall, so it fits better in my hand, the PS3 controller rather than the PS4 one. It's more heavier, though what I like about the PS4 controller is the light. I know that it uses more battery and you barely see it because when you play it you don't really see it. Only on the version 2 of the PS4 controller you can see the light here. There is a transparent thingy, as you can see here. See, on the version 2 of the PS4 controller you can see the light from the face of the controller, which is really nice. Oh, let me turn it off. This one's hooked to my PC. Okay, now I turn it off. This one's hooked at my PC. I prefer playing with a PS4 controller on PC because it's, in my eyes, it's the best option. I wanted to buy a Xbox One controller, but I hate buying batteries for a controller. I prefer having an inbuilt battery that I can charge whenever I want, rather than constantly buying batteries for a controller. That's why I use a PS4 controller on my PC. But in the comparison with the two controllers, still the PS3 controller wins. It's lighter, it's smaller, I like it more. And also, I haven't found anyone that agrees with me on this, but what I never liked about the PS4 controller is that it looks like it has trousers on. This margins here, this margin here, this one. To me, it always looked like the PS4 controller had trousers on. Nobody ever agreed with me on this one, but I never liked the design on this part. I don't know, the PlayStation 3 controller looked better. Yeah, Happy Apples, I know nobody ever agreed with me on this one. But in my eyes, I always felt that the PS4 controller looked like it had trousers on. Here. It's less obvious on this color scheme, but on the original one, this one with black, I always had the impression like it had trousers. Okay, next up, the next game is Skate 3. And if you've... Oh, let's put the autofocus back on. So, if you've never played Skate 3 on PS3, you definitely should. It's one of the best titles on PS3. It's so much fun, whether you play it online... Well, wait, you can't play it online anymore because the servers are dead, but in single player, it's crazy. And I think you saw gameplays of Skate 3 on YouTube. It's impossible not to see any. I mean, even PewDiePie played Skate 3 at one point, and it's one of his most viewed videos. A fail compilation of Skate 3 fails. So I think you heard about this game, but if you haven't, then boy, you will have a great time if you try this one. I still use my PS3 controller till this day. Well, I prefer it too, though because it's easier to connect a PS4 controller. I use today a PS4 controller on my PC. I remember when I tried to hook up my PS3 controller to my PC, it was harder. I don't know if now the drivers and the programs that hook a PS3 controller to your PC are easier to use and faster to use, but I use DS, let me just check, I use DS4 Windows. That's what the program is called, and it hooks to the Bluetooth of my laptop, and then with the DS4 it recognizes the buttons, because Steam recognizes the PlayStation 4 controller, but it doesn't work on anything. For example, if I want to play an emulator with the PS4 controller, which isn't through Steam, then I need the DS4 program. And that's why I use the PS4 controller, because it's faster with DS4 than connecting through other programs for the PS3 controller. But in what design is concerned, as I said, I prefer the PS3. Okay, so Skate 3. It's a masterpiece. If you haven't played it yet, you definitely should. Don't miss out on this one. Okay, next up. Oh, bro, why are you not on Twitch? I have a Twitch account. It's called LAUR2321. So Laur 2321. And I think that this stream is also on Twitch, because I tried to dual stream, but my computer says that no one watches me on stream on Twitch right now. So yeah, YouTube is the best bet. Um, so yeah, I'm streaming on Twitch too. I used to stream on Twitch for some time, but nobody will watch me, so I stopped streaming on Twitch. But I can retry, because maybe this time will work. But yeah, this stream is also on Twitch, I think. Um, I haven't checked it. My phone is only on YouTube, as you can see. I'm reading the comments from my phone because it's more comfy. I remember watching you play Red Dead 2. Yeah, I did some streams with Red Dead 2. I think you got that from someone that time. Um, yeah, I did some streams on Twitch with Red Dead 2. And with Red Dead, I did the most extreme streams ever. I mean, I think that I did a stream for 12 hours straight when I played Red Dead, because I was so hooked into the game. I just wanted to finish it. And when I first played Red Dead, the game was borrowed, and my friend went on vacation. He gave me Red Dead 2 and Ghost of Tsushima to play, and I've told him that I'm so hyped for Red Dead 2 that when he comes from his vacation, I will have finished both of the games. And I did. I've played Red Dead from the moment I woke up until I went to sleep. And I had gaming sessions of like 12 hours. I had some days off then too, so I really wanted to finish the game in 1 week. And I managed to finish it in like 5 days. I've played the story. I've played the story completely, and also did most of the side quests. It sucks that in Red Dead the side quests aren't mapped on your map, so in order to find side quests you just have to constantly go in places and meet up with people. So I think that I missed out on some side quests, but I did everything that was on my map. And I did it in like 5 days, I think. And then I've played obsessively Ghost of Tsushima. I didn't finish the side quests in Ghost of Tsushima, but I finished the main story. I speedrun through the story. But Red Dead 2 was completely played. I was super excited. Which is your favorite side character from Red Dead 2? If I will pick one, that will be John Marston, because that's the main character from the first Red Dead game. If I would have to pick one. Though, technically John is also a main character in Red Dead 2, because by the end of the game you play as John. So I don't know if he counts as a side character or a main character or the second main character, I don't know. But if I will pick another character as my favorite aside of Arthur, that will be John. And also I like his voice. His smoker voice is very pleasant. Okay, next up is Dead Space 2, which is, in my opinion, the best in the series. Dead Space 1 is a great horror game, but Dead Space 2 is a perfect blend of action and horror. This one is the best paced Dead Space game, in my opinion. And I've played Dead Space 3. I also played the DLC of Hi, Simon PL. Hi. So I've played all of the Dead Space games. I've played Extraction, I've played the first one, the second one, the third one, the DLC, and well, actually, no, I haven't played yet the mobile game of Dead Space. There is a mobile game on Android, and a friend of mine played the the Android version of Dead Space, and he told me that it's amazing. So, if you have an old Android phone by you, like for example the S7, he played the game on a Samsung Galaxy S7, try it out. If you can still find the APK key and the OBB files, try it out. He says that that one isn't a port, it's a separate story unique to the Dead Space 1 story arc, and it completes the Dead Space 1 game. It completes the story in Dead Space 1. So, if you have an old Android phone by you, try out that game. My friend says that it's amazing, and I should play it someday because I've played all the other Dead Space games. Why not play the last one? Also, I saw the movie too. I forgot the name of the movie, but I also saw the Dead Space movie. Yeah, I think it's called Dead Space Mobile, but I'm not sure. So a friend of mine finished the game and told me that it's amazing and that it completes the story from Dead Space 1. Because what happens in Dead Space Mobile happens before Isaac gets on the ship. So it's a prequel to Dead Space 1. And in Dead Space 1, you can find artifacts of the character from the mobile version. So you can find Easter eggs from the mobile game in the first Dead Space game, which is pretty crazy. They thought out the franchise really well, but unfortunately, they screwed up with Dead Space 3, and now EA doesn't make a fourth one. And we really need a fourth one, especially after that DLC. If they haven't made, if they wouldn't have made that DLC, at least the Dead Space franchise would have had some sort of closure. But with the DLC, they left it with a big cliffhanger, and I hate that. I hope that they will make a fourth Dead Space. Now they are trying to make a remake of the first one. I hope that the remake will blow up so that people will get interested in the Dead Space franchise, and hopefully that way they will make a fourth Dead Space game and complete the story. I mean, they left it in a huge cliffhanger. So I hope that they will revive the Dead Space franchise, but I hope that they will revive it by continuing the story and not just making remakes. Which DLC? What happened? Well, there is a DLC. I don't know how it's called. Let me just Google it. Um, Dead Space 3 DLC. Awakened. The DLC is called Dead Space Awakened. And there it shows that Isaac is not dead, and that I don't remember correctly, two suns or two meteorites collide, and that a new and basically tells you that Isaac did everything he did in Dead Space 1, 2, and 3 for nothing. That it was pointless. Everything that happened in all of the three Dead Space games was pointless because he didn't stop anything. So they left the franchise in a huge cliffhanger and they never made a Dead Space 4. That's why I really hope that they will make a Dead Space 4 instead of remakes. But, well, that remake hopefully will raise interest in the franchise again, and fans will want a Dead Space 4. Okay, next up is MotorStorm Pacific Rift. This one is great. I mean, it has great graphics. If you've played other MotorStorm games, they are great as always. Great graphics, great gameplay. I mean, it's a definite recommendation. It's a PS3 exclusive, so you can play this game only on PS3, and that's about all I can tell you right now about the game. I've played it, and it's great. Okay, let's put the games back and show you more games. Um, this. Oh no! Don't fall! Don't fall. Okay, next up is EyePet. EyePet is a game for PlayStation Move, and you also need the PlayStation Eye camera for it. EyePet is a pretty cute game. It's with an animal that appears in your room because the PlayStation camera films your room, and this creature appears before you in an AR way. AR stands for actual reality, I think. Oh, and because I bought the game used, I didn't get the carton for this one, so I printed it out myself. And it works. This is the manual for EyePet Move Edition. As you can see, it has pictures, which is really nice. The animal also interacts to your normal hand movements and not only to the remote control. And it's a great design. I mean, what is nice about it is that the game is made for kids. So they made the manual in such a way that even a kid who doesn't know how to read could understand what he has to do. So it's a very simplistic design on the manual, and I love it. It's full of pictures. Who doesn't like pictures? The case even has an interior design. It's a great game, and it's great if you have little kids. If you have kids by, or if you have kids yourself, then this game is excellent. They will have a lot of fun with the game, and even you as an adult will have fun with the game, trust me. But yeah, if you have kids by, try this game with kids. Okay, next up, have you played Total Overdose? Yes, I've played the game and it's awesome. The slow motion effects are nice. One guy called PS1 made his own MotorStorm servers for PS3 on the internet. Somewhere I saw you can type PS1 MotorStorm server in your browser. Ooh, that's nice. I hope more people will make that, and I hope that they will revive the Xbox 360 servers for GTA 4, because I have a copy of GTA 4 and I would like to play the online on Xbox 360. By the way, for GTA 4, the best version of GTA 4 is on 360. I've tried all of the versions. I've tried it on PC. I have it on PS3. You will see right away, and I also have it on PC. And from all of the versions, the 360 version is the best by far. It has the best color palette, it runs the smoothest, and it has the least graphical problems. So on Xbox 360 the game runs as it should. I mean, as you would expect the game to run. On PS3 the game lags, kind of. I mean, it's not laggy, but it has frequent lags, which sucks. I mean, you buy a game and expect it to run good, but in comparison to the 360 version, it lags and it also looks washed out. And on PC, GTA 4 is a nightmare because on PC, um, you can't optimize GTA 4 like you should. You buy the game um, legally because you will think that if you pirate it, that's the punishment you get for pirating the game. You know that if you ever installed GTA 4 on PC, when you boot up the game, it has a cap on VRAM that it only can use 1 GB of VRAM, even if your graphics card is more powerful than that, and it caps all the settings to low. And you need to make a workaround in the shortcut to make the game accept higher settings. Even if you pirate the game, even if you buy it legally, you still are going to have the same problem. I mean, I installed the game. If you install the game legally, it's the same as if you've pirated. The only difference is that you don't get the drunken cam, but well, pirates know how to fix that. But it's such a pain to buy GTA 4 legally and have less content. I mean, right now, if you buy GTA 4 legally, you are losing because you get the same problems as with the pirated version and you get updates. And you know what the updates are for GTA 4? On GTA 4 update, the GTA 4 update in 2020 was that the game will have less songs on the radio stations after the update. So if you buy the game legally, you are actually getting less content and the same problems as with the pirated version, and that sucks big time. You can't understand that disappointment until you buy GTA 4 legally on your PC, hoping that, man, I tried so much with pirated software, let's just buy the game and get rid of the problems. And when you install the game legally, you see that, oh, it has the same problems as with the pirated version. Oh wait, pirates have fixed what was wrong in the legal version, but Rockstar hasn't fixed what was wrong about their game. So you're better off just downloading a pirated version, both functionally and financially. I mean, come on, Rockstar. This sucks. And also, on PS3 it's less optimized, and on PC it runs the worst. I mean, once you get the settings right, once you get all the workarounds and do all the magic on PC, GTA 4 runs well. But it's such a hassle to have GTA 4 run smoothly on your PC because it doesn't depend on resources. You can have the most powerful PC you want. GTA 4 will show you so many problems until you get it to work fine. It's super annoying. Do you have GTA 4 episodes from Liberty City? I do have them, but I think that it's not on this shelf. They reduced the music soundtrack. Yeah, GTA 4 probably was ported from console to PC and therefore probably has such a poor optimization for PC. Yeah, I agree, because the 360 version, this version, runs perfectly. It doesn't have slowdowns, the graphics look as good as on PC at max, at least. Um, that's that was my impression. Or, well, the graphics look good. That was my point actually. I don't know if it's the same as max settings, but yeah, on 360 it works the best. So I think that Rockstar just ported the 360 version onto the rest, on PS3 and on PC, because the best experience is on 360. On PS3 it lags, and on PC it's a hassle until you optimize the game to work decently. Yeah, Xbox 360 have better graphics than PS3. It depends on the game though, because there are times when PS3 games um, are um, are better looking. Though PS3 games are really hard to program for. Sony made a console that is super powerful, but is super hard to program too. Okay, on to the next game, um, The Last of Us, which is a classic. It's one of the last AAA exclusive titles the PS3 got, and I remember that when the game was released, I was amazed at what the PS3 was capable of. I mean, the graphics in this game were crazy, and I didn't had money to buy the game, so I just watched the walkthrough on YouTube. I think I watched the Red Bread's walkthrough on The Last of Us, and afterwards, after I got a job and I was on my own money, I could buy the copy and I played the game myself. But the first time I got through the game's story was on YouTube because I was poor, I didn't have money to buy the copy. PS3 devs, I remember that they said it was hard to develop a game on PS3. Yeah, it's a nightmare to develop for PS3. That's what I saw too on YouTube. I recommend The Last of Us. Yeah, it's an amazing game. It's one of the best PS3 games. I mean, both graphically, story-wise, everything is great about the game. It's one of the greatest achievements Sony made on the PS3. The Last of Us is getting a remake. Yeah, I heard that they want to remake it on PS4 after they already remade it on PS. I mean, they want to remake it on uh, PS5 after they already remade it on PS4. Here it is. Uh, I'm sorry for the stickers that say the game wrong, but yeah, I I don't know. I don't like this boom of remakes. What do you think? I mean, it's great that they make remakes. I don't have anything against remakes, especially if it's a remake like the Mafia series. Um, but they make so many remakes and make less new content, and that's what I hate about the new generation, that it has so many remakes but it doesn't offer anything new or barely offers anything new. I mean, I've already heard the stories, played the stories in the remake, but yeah, greater graphics are nice, but I want new content too. What do you think about it? Sometimes some Xbox 360 games look better because there was no problem creating them for PS3 and Xbox had more RAM. PS3, yeah, I know that many 360 games are much better optimized. I am happy because they want The Last of Us to come to PC. Yeah, that will be great. I hope that Sony will make more PC ports of their games. Otherwise, it would have stayed on console exclusive. Yeah, I hope that Sony will get on the PC train too, because playing on a capable PC is as much nicer than playing on PS4. Especially that on PC you can mod, and mods are awesome. So yeah, The Last of Us. If you haven't played it yet, you definitely should. And by the way, um, no wait, oh, and by the way, the remake, in my opinion, is looks worse than the original game, because the original game looked good because they fine-tuned everything to look good for the PS3 hardware. the well, actually it's a remaster. The remaster looks old. I mean, they just upscaled everything, made it like 4K, but didn't um, put more details onto the game, which means that the game feels old. It looks old, while this one is more fine-tuned. It looks like, yeah, this is the game for the console. This is how the game is supposed to look like. This one looks like for example, if you want to play Mafia 1 again and boot it up and put everything at max settings, and you can see that it's an old game. This is what the Last of Us remaster felt like for me. That it's an old game, while this one, even if it's actually the old game, it didn't feel like it was the old game. It felt like, yeah, this is how the game is supposed to be. While this one felt old. You can see the trailer on YouTube, it looks promising. The Last of Us is one of the best exclusives on PS3. Yeah, and one of the best looking PS3 exclusives too. Okay, let's, oh, here. Okay, next up, the next game is God of War 3. I remember how excited I was to see the trailers for God of War 3. After God of War 2 ended, I wanted more, of course, because the game is epic. And especially from the trailers and how the game starts, it's epic AF. It has a nice design, you can see. It has a manual. The manual is only black and white, but yeah, it's functional. It explains the mechanics. God of War 3. It's such an epic game. I know that some people give it as an example as video game violence and how gory video games can be, and how can you play something like this? It's so violent, but come on, who's going to imitate what happens in God of War 3? Let's be honest. Who has the powers of Kratos? To just snap someone's head off with brute force. Come on, it's it's just fiction. Sure, it's violent, but I don't know. That's what makes the game great. The violence in the game is high quality violence, in my opinion. Also, it's gory. I'm not necessarily into gore in video games, but the gore in God of War is something else, and it's so epic to see how Kratos pummels through everything. I always like that Kratos is another type of character. You know that some characters, or most characters, are written to have some kind of weakness. Well, Kratos doesn't have necessarily a weakness. He just pummels through everything, and if a god wants to make Kratos weak, he finds a way to overcome that weakness and get his strength back so that he can just kill more gods. And that's what I liked about Kratos. He's unstoppable. He has his rage and just pummels through everything. I like how the character is written. And also, I disagree with people that don't like God of War just because it's violent. I mean, sure, it's gory and some scenes might disturb some people because they are super violent, but overall I like the game. It's epic. It's epic. Okay, next up is Kane and Lynch 2. This game is boring. It looked promising at first, but it's boring. I've played it. I don't know if I finished it, but just know that it's super boring. I don't know how the first game is. I should play it, but yeah, it's a pretty boring game. Oh, no. Jaeger animations. Animation zombie game. Yeah, I have a zombie game here. Undead Nightmare. Reddit. Red Dead Undead Nightmare, which is the DLC for Red Dead Redemption. Let's put it back. Never even touch the game if you can. Worst game that I have ever played in my life was Kane and Lynch 1. Oh, well, I've played the sequel and I can say the same as your comment that never touch the game if you can. Never play this one either because it's boring. It looks promising at first from the first cutscene. I mean, not really promising, but it looks like a decent game from the first cutscene. Then the more you play, the more boring it gets, and it's a really forgettable game that becomes super boring the more you progress. Okay, next up is another copy of Skate 3. And fun fact, I have two copies of Skate 3 because um, when I ordered this copy, it had a little scratch. It's barely visible, and I bought the game used from someone in Moldavia, which is far away from my zone, from the region I live in, Romania. Moldavia is another region of Romania, and I ordered a big batch of games because that guy was selling cheap games. And while most of the PS3 games I ordered from the guy, I mean all other PS3 games I ordered from that guy didn't had a problem, this one had one. And you can barely see the problem. It has a tiny scratch somewhere on the disc. I don't know if it's visible. Let's focus on the disc like this. It has a tiny scratch right here. I think it's not visible on camera, but yeah, it has a tiny scratch here, and for that scratch the game doesn't run. It reads the disc, but the game requires an update before entering the game, and when you install that update it gives you an error. And because of this scratch, the update doesn't install. You can't install the update in other ways. So basically, even if all of the disk is fine, just because it has a tiny scratch you can't even see on camera, the game doesn't run. So I had to buy another copy of Skate 3 just because. And this sucks. But yeah, these are two different variants of Skate 3. So this is the PS3 Essentials cover and this is the original cover. And as I said with PSP Essentials, I prefer the original covers rather than this one with red. I don't know, I like original covers more. Just bought it a few days ago on Steam sale. Your English is really good for an Eastern European. Thank you, Demano. Okay, so the classic cover has a manual. Wait. Oh, the PSP Essentials version has a manual too. I already showed you the manual with the PSP Essentials version, and in this one I also get a code, which of course is expired because I bought the game used. I mean, when buying used I don't expect the code to work. I tried it because you never know if the guy before put the code in or not, but it was expired like you would expect. Okay, next up, next game is Killzone 3, which isn't an impressive game because of its story, because even if I've played all three Killzone games on PS3, I barely remember the story in the game. That's how good the story is. But gameplay wise and especially graphics wise, the game is amazing. It also supports 3D TV. I have a 3D TV And this game is awesome. It has 3D. How cool is that? I have actually the TV you see in my videos is the 3D one. So yeah, Killzone 3. It has amazing graphics. This is how the inside of the cover looks. As you can see, it has an interior cover design too. It has a small booklet. Join in with gaming. Yeah, and this is the manual. Oh, it has another paper code. But since I got the game used, it's from that guy from Moldavia. I've told you about that, sold me the scratched Skate 3 disc. Well, Killzone 3 doesn't have any problem, and neither does any other PS3 game I bought from him. I didn't tell him that he sent me a scratched disc because it would have cost me more to send him my copy and him to send me a good copy. That would have been much more expensive than the price with which he sold me the copy. So it was pointless to complain about the scratched disc. It was an accident, most probably for him. I don't think that he intentionally ripped me off. So this is the design of Killzone, and I love the design. And also, if you want to see some amazing PS3 graphics, play this game. It's one of the best looking PS3 games, for sure. And it also accepts move controls, so it's the game is a really complete package. I mean, it has 3D compatibility, it had online multiplayer, it had motion controls. You could play it with a normal controller too. It had great graphics, so Sony tried their best to integrate as much stuff onto this title as they could. And the result is nice. Only the story is boring to me. I mean, in all of the Killzone games, I can't remember the story. I barely remember the story in Killzone Mercenaries on the PlayStation Vita. Though in this one, oh wait, I remember the story in Killzone Mercenaries. It's about some mercenaries. You play as the main character is a mercenary. You take on contracts, and well, okay, I remember the story here. But in Killzone 3 and Killzone 1, 2, and 3, I don't remember the story. Okay, next up is Killzone 2. This one, well, it's another entry in the series. This is how the interior design looks like. This is the manual. Pretty basic, as you can see. There is some protect your PlayStation 3 with continuous play, so an advertisement for some service. And this one, I don't know what it is. Look, it says title War Hero Platinum. Do you want it bad enough? Failure is not an option. The official guide to Warzone and campaign. So it advertises a book. Yeah, a book. A video game that advertises a book. I wouldn't buy the book for a game. But yeah. Also, you can notice a tiny detail here. Look at the design of PlayStation 3, how it's written here. PlayStation 3 had a major redesign midlife of the console, because if you look at a newer game, at a newer PS3 game, let me see where. If you look at The Last of Us, look at the cover. So they had a major redesign mid-life of the PlayStation 3, where instead of PlayStation 3 written on the side, they had PlayStation 3 written only up here, and on the side they changed the design too, because older PS3 game boxes are like this, with PS3 written like the Spider-Man 3 logo, if you've watched the movie, and then they made a redesign and wrote it like this. And also on the disc they changed the logo to this from this. This is an interesting difference about game covers on PS3. So that's how you can notice if a game is older or newer, by the logo. Killzone is that kind of games that I always promise myself that I'll play it some when, but don't play. Yeah, true. I had to force myself to finish the games. They're not that interesting story-wise. They don't uh, drive me that much to want to play them anymore. Graphically, they're nice, but story-wise, not. And I also hate the control scheme in Killzone. I don't like it. I want to play with the buttons mapped like a normal shooter, not with the shooting mechanics Sony wants me to play. Because I find the shooting mechanics, the control mechanics, the controls, pardon. I find the controls in Killzone annoying. I want to play the game like a normal shooter. Next up is Metal Gear Rising. If you haven't played this one, you should. It's amazing. Um, it isn't like the other Metal Gear games. It's a unique entry. You must have seen memes with Metal Gear Rising, like uh, Ryzen punching some guy really fast. You must have seen that meme before. It's from this game, and the game is epic. It's it it's epic. That's the best description I can give you for the game. If you haven't played it, you should. It's amazing. Here's how the interior looks like. I think Sony had the Spider-Man font on their disc case because I think they actually own Spider-Man rights as a character. I don't know, maybe they did it because they had the rights to Spider-Man. This is how the booklet for Metal Gear Rising looks like. It looks like a Metal Gear game from inside. As for design, it tells you about the characters. Yeah, a pretty nicely designed um, case. And inside you also get a code which expired. You can play as a cyborg ninja, and you also get an interior box design. How cool is that? Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. If you haven't played it, you should. Also, the game is available on PC, so if you don't have a PS3 but have a computer, which I think everyone here has, you should try it on no matter what console. 360, PS3, PC, just play the game. It's epic. It's a really nice game. Okay. Next up. Oh no, it's going to fall. Yeah, I didn't think that through. Like this. Yeah, it should be fine. Looks like it stays. Okay. Now, next up are the two Uncharted games. I have the third one, but that one's um, somewhere else on this shelf. So Uncharted. These ones are amazing, and I have fond memories with Uncharted 1. Um, when my family went shopping, I used to go at the console sections of supermarkets, and usually they had a PS3 on display with Uncharted 1 there. And I used to play Uncharted 3 until my parents finished shopping. So I have really fond memories of Uncharted 1. It's a great game. It tries to integrate also um, some motion mechanics, like for example, if Nathan goes on a log, you have to keep the balance by tilting the controller. It has a level by the end of the game with monkeys that I didn't like and it annoyed the crap out of me. But aside of that, it's an amazing game and I'm a big fan of the Uncharted series. If you played the first one, it looks not really dated, but it looks old. It looks like, man, this game is from the first generation of PS3 games for sure, because the graphics look like they are getting started. At least that's what I feel about Uncharted. I wanted to play Uncharted badly and sadly just got to play the demo every time. Sad. Yeah, that's sad. If you can, get the Uncharted series. It's amazing. If you like games like Tomb Raider, or if you like movies like Indiana Jones, meaning if you like adventures that have something to do with history, get the Uncharted series. It's amazing. Okay, so Uncharted 1. This is how the box art looks like. It's pretty basic, as you can see. It's from the Platinum edition of games, which, like the Platinum PS3 series, it looks kind of basic. But I like the manual, because it looks like Nathan's diary from the game. It's nicely thought out. Bro, why do you play the same game on more than one platform? Because I review games on multiple platforms. And um, because sometimes it's easier to just pop in a disc. Like for example, with GTA 4, I bought the PS3 version first, and then I got to play the Xbox 360 version and saw that it's better, and then I stick to the 360 version. But I went from baddest version to the best version. I played GTA 4 on PC, saw how annoying it is. I thought that, man, maybe they optimized it better on PS3. I bought the game for PS3, then saw that it still lags. Then I tried the game on 360, and a friend of mine um, gifted me the 360 version, and since then I play only on 360. So that's how I end up with multiple versions on different consoles. And also with Call of Duty Ghosts, for example, I have Ghosts on PC too, because I bought the game first on PC. I bought the game at the full retail price, no sale. I just bought it, and then, I mean, if you find uh, Call of Duty Ghosts on PS3 for €1, wouldn't you buy it? And that's how I ended up with Ghosts on PC and on PS3, and that's how I landed with GTA 4 on PC, PS3, and 360. And with other games, I get the same game on multiple platforms because I find it super cheap on a new platform, and paying €1 or less for just another copy isn't that big of a deal. Especially that since I'm a reviewer, I get the money back that that €1 I invested in the game. Um, do you how do you rate aiming in Uncharted games? I heard that it's not that good. I never had a problem with aiming in Uncharted. I, I don't know. I never saw aiming as a problem in Uncharted. I played both with auto aim and without it, because in Uncharted 3 Uncharted 3 had multiplayer, and there you couldn't auto aim, and I never had problems with the aiming in Uncharted. Never. So I don't know. It was never a problem for me. Okay, so the manual in Uncharted is super awesome because it looks like Nate's diary from the game. It's black and white, it's pretty basic, but yeah, at least the cover is creative. It looks like um, uh, Nate's diary from the game. And on the back there is an ad for Heavenly Sword, which I also have. We'll get to that game too. So pretty nice. I like the design on the manual. It has the same design as Tomb Raider Legend on PSP. Let me see where it is. Uh, Tomb Raider. Here it is. See, so uh, historical adventure games like Tomb Raider and Nathan Drake go on this style with manuals, and I feel that it's a very fitting art style for a manual because the characters in game also have the same, and it's like some sort of collection material or a reference to what happens in the game. I find it a nice detail. Okay, now on to Uncharted 2, which is way better than Uncharted 1, both in graphics, in story, in gameplay. It also was the first Uncharted game that had multiplayer. The multiplayer wasn't that interesting, but hey, you had multiplayer in an Uncharted game for the first time, and it was kind of fun to just shoot around. This one doesn't look like, oh yeah, it looks like a manual, as you can see. I mean, like a diary. It has the same edges. Here it is. And yeah, kind of, it has an interior design. As you can see, it's cracked. I bought Uncharted 2 from that guy from Moldavia I told you about with Skate 3. So yeah, the case is cracked, but you can see it from outside. But the disc is working, so that's the most important part for me, for the game to actually work. And this is the interior design. Really nice design for a case. As you can see, it's among the older PS3 games because it has the old PS3 disc design, as you can see here. So yeah, Uncharted. You have to try the games. If you have a PS3, you have to play Uncharted. Okay, next up is The Bureau, which felt like a ripoff to me. I mean, I bought the game cheap, so yeah, it wasn't a full ripoff, but man, was the game boring. It has an interesting cover, as you can see. It tries to look like a confidential game that hides some of the details, like some sort of censorship, but the game itself is boring. The Bureau, it has a code for some DLC content. It's nice that the manual looks like a file, and on the back they have an ad, but it's nice that it looks like a file, and it says file copy here. Up here, let me focus. So yeah, it says file copy. And it's nice that this one is in full color, so at least in the game manual they didn't cheapen out. As you can see, it has stickers, and it's nice that it's in color and has those things. I mean, it looks like a classified file, which is nice. The disc looks like a manhole, and yeah, the design on the game is really nice because it fooled me when buying the game, but the game itself is boring. So if you ever see this game, don't fall in the same trap as I did, because the game is boring. The game is boring, but yeah, the packaging is really nice. It looks like a good game, but it isn't. It's some sort of alien shooter with detective elements, but it's a boring game. Yeah, out of place WWE. It was out of place, but yeah. Truth is, um, it ruins the design of the um, whole packaging, because everything looks classified, even the interior of the booklet, and then WWE. Okay, and let's put the censorship back. Next up is Bodycount, which is another super boring game with it's a shooter. It has a manual. I bought it cheap, that's how I landed up with the game, but I don't recommend it. If you see it, just don't buy it, don't download it. It's a boring game. Next up is Anarchy Reigns, which I thought would be a good game, especially since it's made by Sega, but it's not. It's another boring game. It's boring. Also, it tries to sell you the product by showing some ass on the cover, as you can see. Let me focus. See, it has an ass, and I don't think that this was accidental. Who puts a screenshot of an ass as an accident? So I think that this was intentional to make people buy the game. I bought it for less than €1, so that's how I landed up with the game. I thought that it would be great because it says Sega on it, but if you see the game, my recommendation is to not get it. It's boring. As you can see, it's among the newer generation PS3 games, as it has the newer design. The booklet looks good. You get exclusive content. The code is already used, and the booklet looks like this. Oh, nice. It has some pictures, but it's mostly just functional. It seems that PS3 has a lot of boring games. Yeah, it has some boring games, but it also has good games too. And it's nice that the back, even if it doesn't have a design, it's at least black inside, so that it's not white paper here that would look cheap. At least it's an opaque black on the back, and it looks good. A simple color looks good too as a back design. So yeah, the packaging looks good, and it's promising that it's made by Sega. That's what fooled me into buying the game, but it's not such a great game. At least from what I've played, it didn't it didn't make me want to play more. But tastes differ. Maybe you like it or someone else likes the game. I didn't. Okay, next up is The Fight, which I wanted to buy just to just to play some boxing on the PS3 with the PlayStation Move controllers. As you can see, it's for PlayStation Move. It has a guest star. And he also appears in cutscenes in the game. And the game is pretty good. I mean, it's just you playing training mini games for boxing to prepare for a match, and playing boxing matches. That's about the game, as you would expect from a boxing game. The controls work great. Pardon. It's also um, compatible with 3D TVs. It has online multiplayer, which I never knew that it had. I would have tried some matches with someone else on the internet, but yeah, I didn't knew that it had online multiplayer. But I used to play this game a lot. So if you have um, PlayStation Move controllers, try it out. I liked it. Oh, and you can also play the game with um, a PS3 and PlayStation Move controller, and I don't know what they intend. So basically, the cover tells you that you can play the game like this. But I think that you will just ruin your controller, because when you try to punch, you inevitably are going to squeeze the controller, and at one point you are going to damage it somehow. But this one is more sturdy. It's made to be squeezed in a hand. This one isn't really. And even me just pretending to punch now to show you how the cover says you can play the game, even like this, like how I'm holding my hand over the controller, feels like I'm going to damage it, because even like this, I am holding my hand over the joysticks and I'm dragging the joysticks with me, and when I try to punch, I inevitably press the buttons on the joysticks. Okay, next up is Ratchet and Clank, A Crack in Time. Like any Ratchet and Clank game, it's high production, it's amazing, so yeah, it's a definite recommendation. It doesn't have a manual. This one I've got from a mother that was selling her son's older games, and she said that she just wanted to get rid of the game, and instead of the trash, I I bought the game. She wanted to throw it away, and I got it instead. I mean, why would you throw away Ratchet and Clank? That's the problem with non-gamers. They don't know the value of what they are throwing away in the trash. I mean, for a non-gamer, even Mario or The Legend of Zelda, which sell for huge amounts of money, they're worthless to them and don't know the actual value of the game. I bought this one for €2 from the lady that wanted to throw this game away on the trash. Wanted to throw this game to the trash. But yeah, if you haven't played Ratchet and Clank, any of the PS3 games, play them. They are amazing. As you can see, this one has the old design with the PS3 written sideways, and the old PS3 logo here that looks like Spider-Man 3. Let me zoom in. See, it looks like the Spider-Man 3 logo. Okay, let's put them away and look onto the next batch of games. Let's just put them away. Okay. Next up is I've played only PSP Ratchet and Clank game and I really wanna play the others. Yeah, you should. If you have the chance to play the other Ratchet and Clank games, you will be amazed how well the games are on PS3. I mean, playing up on PSP is one thing, but once you get on the PS3, everything is more advanced. The cutscenes, the gameplay mechanics, the gameplay is much smoother. You can move more freely because on PSP the way Ratchet and Clank move might feel uh, clunky in comparison to the PS3, which is much more smoother, and you will feel like it's on a higher level. How Ratchet and Clank on PS3 is in comparison to the PSP versions. Okay, next up is Uncharted 3, which is my favorite in the series. This is my favorite game. I like it more than 1, 2, than 4, than the DLC Lost Legacy and the Vita version. This is my favorite Uncharted game. I just love the scenes more and the action, what happens. This is my favorite Uncharted game. This is the manual. It doesn't try to imitate um, Nate's diary anymore, but that's not really a problem. Let's just focus on the manual. Yeah, it's pretty basic, black and white, but it's okay. Oh, they tried to make it look like paper, but since it's black and white, it loses the charm uh, of the menu looking like actual paper, because in black and white it doesn't look like that. It also tells you about the characters, and that's about it. So yeah, nothing impressive about the packaging, but the game itself is amazing, and if you haven't played it yet, you should. Also, you can play this game before the others if you consider, because I started the franchise with 3, then played 1 and 2, and then played 4. So this was actually my first Uncharted game that I finished story wise. The first one was the first Uncharted game I played was the first one, of course, when I visited the supermarkets and played on the PS3s there. But I didn't play through the story. So the first time I finished the story of Uncharted was with Uncharted 3. And I still understood what was going on in the game. So in case you find only one of the Uncharted games, you can play any of them, except for 4, because in 4 you need to know the context, because otherwise the game won't make as much sense. But yeah, this was the first Uncharted story I went through, and it's awesome. And if you have a 3D TV, it's also 3D TV compatible. And also, this one had online multiplayer, and I used to play a lot the online multiplayer. I had a high level in it. It was fun. I never had problems with aiming in the game, and also the multiplayer was available separately for download on PSN, even if you didn't own the game. So yeah, so that the servers were always full because it was a free game. It was a great free game, and yeah, the servers were always full. You were just jumping in a match without much waiting, which was great. And also the multiplayer was great too in the game. Yeah, same thing, only with PS2 controllers. I can feel that. Okay, next up are the two infamous games, which if you own a PS3, you should at least try them. I mean, now in as a comparison to the between the two, um, they are different. I find that Infamous 2 is much better because everything feels um, more polished. But still, what I like more in the first one is um, the atmosphere of New York and Cole's voice. They changed the voice actor in the second one. Okay, let's see the covers. I have played Infamous 2 and maybe one demo. It was pretty good actually. Yeah, Infamous 1 is good, but some people complain that it's difficult. And I don't know why. I didn't had problems. Actually, fun fact. Um, I mean, my parents bought me Infamous 1 um, when uh, um, when I didn't had many games. And since I didn't had many games, I did what any gamer without many games does. Meaning, I in the same day I bought the game, I went home and finished it in the same day, and then replayed and almost platinumed the crap out of this game. So yeah, I was very dedicated since I didn't had that many games. I used to play it a lot on repeat. It was among the first PS3 games I owned. Actually, the first PS3 game I owned is Wonderbook because my PS3 came with Wonderbook with the Harry Potter game, and then the first game I owned, aside of the one that came with the PS3, was Uncharted 3, and then the second game I bought for my PS3 was Infamous 1. And then after Infamous 1, my third game I bought for the PS3 was Infamous 2. Because I wanted to know what happens next in this series. As you can see, the cover isn't that fancy, maybe because it's PS3 Essentials. Um, this is how the cover looks. Oh, it's actually pretty sophisticated. I like the design on the cover. Playing the game. Okay. Yeah, it's a nice design. Even if it's black and white, it's a really nice design. And it's fitting because the logo is almost black and white too. It has some red underline, but yeah, it's nice, and it's fitting to the game. Oh, and also this one had PSN support because you could create your own levels in the game, which was really nice. Okay, next up is God of War Collection 1 and 2. I don't think I have to explain these ones. They are pretty much straight up ports to the PS2 games, only that they're upscaled. It has the same cover art as God of War on PlayStation 2. I mean, I think, let me just check. God of War 2. This is my copy of God of War 2 on PS2. And, oh, no, it's not the same manual. Wow, on PS2 the manual is thick. Okay, so God of War Collection. This is the manual. Nothing fancy about it. It's just a simple manual. But yeah, if you want to play God of War 1 and 2, this is the way. On PS3. What's your favorite console? Well, it's hard to say. The console I played the most, so the console that I could say that is my expertise, is the PSP. That's the console I used to devour when I was young. That's the console that I used to play so much in my teens that even nowadays I can say I can tell people tips about the PSP just from my personal experience without even googling stuff. So yeah, if I that's the most used console in my case, the PSP. I think I've played every game on the PSP. um, I I know how to mod the PSP. I grew up um, learning how to mod. I grew up testing homebrews. I grew up testing every kind of new thing the PSP had, whether it was homebrew, a new plugin, stuff like that. So the PSP is my expertise, and it's the console that I use the most. But as for games, I don't, I can't pick one because each console has its own quirks and its own awesomeness. Okay, next up is God of War Ascension, which many people don't know about the game, to my surprise. Um, and it's too bad because this game is among the last PSP games released on the PS3, and it looks amazing. It looks like a PS4 game. The gameplay, just watch any gameplay of God of War Ascension on YouTube, and you will know what I mean. The game looks like a PS4 game. It's amazing how it looks, and it also has the gameplay of any God of War game. It's violent, it's gory, it's epic. The manual isn't that interesting. Um, for some reason, my copy of God of War Ascension also has some commercial for Breaking Bad and the movie Django. I don't know why. Um, some advertisement for The Last of Us demo on PSN, and I also get a voucher code for PS Plus. But if you haven't played God of War Ascension yet, especially if you've played other God of War games, you definitely should play God of War Ascension. It's amazing, just like the rest of the games in the series, and you will be amazed how good the graphics are in Ascension. I mean, the game looks almost like a PS4 game. Just look it up on YouTube. You will be amazed how good this game looks. Next up is the Darkness 2, which is an okay game. I I don't have fond memories with it, but I don't have anything to complain about the game. I got it cheap. The white back design kind of um, is fitting with the game, even if it doesn't have anything printed on. Oh, it's nice that the manual is in full color instead of black and white like others. And yeah, this is the design. It doesn't have anything um, special to it. The game is decent, and yeah, I don't have anything to say more about this game. Okay, let's get onto the next ones. Um, this. Okay, next up is Heavenly Sword. I used to play this game in some of the retail shops when my family went shopping. I never finished the game in a store because it it was I was never picking it up from the point I left it. It also has some difficult parts and some frustrating parts, but overall this game is amazing. Few people know about the game. It's one of the first PS3 games released, but if you haven't played this one yet, you definitely should. It's amazing. It's like some sort of God of War but with a female character. That's that will be the best description for the game. Like some sort of God of War but with a female character. Okay, let's see the cover design. It has an interior cover like you can see here. This is what the booklet looks like. And yeah, this one's epic too. So if you haven't played this game yet, you definitely should. Heavenly Sword. It's among the release titles for PS3, and if you haven't played it, you should. This one's amazing. Now on to another one. Midnight Club LA. This one is another amazing game. It's made by Rockstar. It's a racing game. It's super detailed. It has one of the most detailed customization options. This is the owner's manual. As you can see, Rockstar put a lot of effort into designing the manual too. That's why I praise Rockstar so much. Look, they are cautious with details. It's awesome to look at. I mean, not only that, the manual is functional, it helps you with the game, but it also is nice just to breeze through it and look at how nicely designed the pages are. You also get a map. You also get a map of the city. And on the back you get some cars. A list of cars, as you can see. And even if the game is super awesome, I still prefer the PSP game rather than the PS3 game. The PS3 game is graphically superior, but in gameplay it's annoying. What is the most annoying about the game is that if you want to truly finish the story of the game, you have to grind a lot. You need to gather so much money for just to get the ending. And after I grinded so much for the ending, I wanted to obtain the platinum trophy. But if you intend to get platinum in Midnight Club, get the remix. Never get LA, because you can't. There is one barrel missing that prevented me to get the platinum trophy. And where is that barrel? It's in the DLC content of LA, of the game. And if you get the superior version, if you get a copy of LA Remix, that in the PS3 has another code, which means that it's a completely different game. So and I remember trying to get just the DLC, and I think that when I got the DLC for LA, the game changed code, so it had another entry in the trophy section, which meant that everything I've worked for was in vain. Yeah, this that was really annoying. I think I needed only one more trophy to get the platinum, and my biggest mistake was to play the base game. So if you want platinum in Midnight Club, get remix from the start, from the get-go, because if you are going to get the base game, you will never have platinum, because one achievement has you collect barrels spread across the city, and you can collect 49 of the barrels, but the last barrel is in the expansion map, and you can get that expansion in the full game in LA Remix, which has more content, which is the Game of the Year edition, so to say. So and if you get that expansion pack, the game turns from LA to LA Remix, which has another entry in the trophies So if you get LA Remix or the expansion pack, then you will have to start the game all over if you want platinum, and that sucks big time. So yeah, this is my biggest complaint about the game. And that to get to the true ending, to have some closure in the game, you have to grind a lot to get the ending. Next up is Battlefield 3, which, well, it's interesting. It's not a bad game. It's action packed. I was never into Battlefield, so yeah, I don't know what to say about it. It's a good game. I mean, I liked it. Hi Ray, I'm going through my PS3 collection. Okay, next up is Call of Duty Black Ops 3, which on PS3 is a ripoff. On PS3, you don't actually get Black Ops. You get only the multiplayer with the zombies. So you don't actually get Black Ops, you get the zombies multiplayer. Because if you read the fine print, and I did the mistake not to read the fine print, you don't get the um, the game. You don't get Black Ops 3. Look, Black Ops. Oh, let's focus like this. Call of Duty Black Ops 3 PlayStation version does not include a co-op single player campaign game mode. For more details, visit. So you don't actually get Call of Duty Black Ops 3, and they ripped me off with this one. You only get the multiplayer zombies, and you get included bonus content, which is actually the content you get. You get another copy of Black Ops, the first game. This is a huge ripoff, and they should be ashamed of themselves to um, to to sell such a copy. It's misleading. I mean, the big letters tell you that you get Black Ops 3, while the fine print tells you that you don't get the Black Ops 3 campaign. You only get the multiplayer and the zombie mode. Such a ripoff. Don't the If you see this on PS3, just know that you are just going to get Black Ops 1 and some multiplayer modes for Black Ops 3. So this game is a ripoff. It's not Black Ops 3. Okay, it's Black Ops 3 multiplayer, but not the campaign, which interests me the most. Such a ripoff. Okay, next up is Never Dead, which is another boring game, even if it looks good. It's it's boring. At least I found it to be boring. It's made by some great companies. I mean, it's made by, as you can see, it's made by Konami. I mean, published by Konami and Rebellion. So the game looks promising, but I found it boring. Let's look at the manuals. Doesn't have an interior design. This is, I think, an ad for a game. And this is the manual of Never Dead. The manual is nicely designed, but the game itself is kind of boring. Now, tastes differ. Maybe it's just me that found it boring. Oh, and look, this one has notes, like the PSP games. This is how the back cover design looks, and yeah, I found the game to be rather boring. Next up is Pure, which is kind of a mediocre game but still fun to play. It's a quad bike game that has racing. I think this one is made by Disney. Yeah, it has the Disney license, as you can see on the disc. It's licensed by Disney, and it's not a bad game, but it's not one you would recommend to others or want to be hyped about. But it's not a bad game. It's actually pretty enjoyable. The manual design is in color. It's rather functional. It has a notes space, and yeah, Pure, a quad bike racing game that is fun to play, but don't expect much. Okay, next up, let's just switch covers. Alright, next up is Madden 13, which I think you already know how Madden works. This is how it looks like on the interior. I have a code here and some papers. Nothing fancy about the game, it's just the cover, the game, and some papers. Next up, NBA 2K10, which also isn't fancy aside of the NBA sticker. Here, look, this is the NBA sticker I was talking about. This one's fancy. It looks good. Other than that, about the gameplay, I don't think I have to tell you anything. I think you already know how NBA games are. And yeah, this is NBA 2K10. Oh, my phone's battery is draining. Let me just put it to charge, because I'm reading comments off my phone. This okay. Next up is Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. I hope my microphone didn't cut. Yeah, it didn't cut. Okay. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. And fun fact, I started playing all of the Call of Duty games pretty late. When I was in college, I wanted to know what the fuss was about with Call of Duty, and I started playing every game starting from the first one. And when I've got to Modern Warfare 3, I was so amazed on how good the game is. I remember fondly the level where the Eiffel Tower fell because it was bombed. Such a great game. The campaign, because I'm not that much into multiplayer games, so I don't have that much experience with the multiplayer component of Modern Warfare 3, but the campaign was amazing. I loved the campaign. This is how the game looks from the interior, and yeah, this is Modern Warfare 3. And in gameplay, I don't think I have to explain Modern Warfare. Next up is Assassin's Creed 2, which is another classic. I don't think I have to explain this one either. I think you already know how the game is and works. It doesn't have anything fancy. As you can see, the manual is just a manual. The disc is there. So yeah, nothing fancy about the game's packaging. Oh, and on this one it says also that it should not be sold separately, but as you can see, I bought it separately. So I don't know what, uh, I don't know how this works, because as you saw yesterday in the PSP game stream, I have copies that I bought from retailers that said not to be sold separately, and I bought them separately in retail stores. So not in, I didn't buy them second hand. Okay, next up is Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm 3. The Storm series is amazing. Though I don't think I can recommend Naruto games unless you're a fan. But also, if you watch the anime and by chance you didn't get the story right, this game shortens it. It tells you the summary of the game, because the Storm series goes through everything that happened in the anime. It summarizes the anime, and they do a pretty good job about it. It's not 100% accurate because the battles are altered, but it does a pretty good job. I mean, you get the same message through, even if the battles aren't the same. I mean the choreography, because it has some quick time events where things happen in a different fashion than they happened in the anime. But still, if you're a Naruto fan, go for the Storm series. Also, I was envious when I first saw how good the game mechanics are on PS3 in Naruto games. And as I've told you yesterday in the PSP stream, when I got to the Naruto Ultimate Ninja Impact PSP game, I was amazed to see a fighting game where you fight in a circle arena, in a round arena, and you can move freely in a 3D environment. That was crazy, and the jutsus looked awesome, and it's an awesome game. It's epic. If you're a Naruto fan, go for it. You won't regret playing this game. Okay, next up is Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm 2 and Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm 1. Now 2 and 3 are epic, though 2 has 2 is annoying that if you want platinum, there are some achievements that are super annoying, like for example, play the game for at least I don't know how many hours, 20 hours or something like that, or 40 hours, and if you complete everything the game has to offer, you still have like 20 hours of nothing else to do. So in order to get that achievement, you just have to leave your PlayStation 3 alone for like 20 hours, because you don't have anything else to do in the game to get the achievement, and it's stupid, but yeah. And Ultimate Ninja Storm 3 is has more content that is more varied, and in my opinion Ultimate Ninja Storm 3 is a better game than Ninja Storm 2. And as for AFK achievement, because you don't have things to do in the game for another 20 hours. You can finish the game in about 8 hours, and the achievement is like play the game for 40 hours or 20 hours or something like that, and you just don't have anything else to do in the game. You already finished everything, but in order to get the achievement, you still have to play the game for another whatever. But luckily, the game lets you just um, leave the game running without you doing anything to it. And in the menu of the game, you also get the timer on how many hours you still have to wait. And as for Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm 1, even if people praise the game, I didn't like it. It was annoying and tedious. I mean, in order to get to the fun part of the game, the epic fights, you had to you had some um, um, mission requirements first. Like for example, in order to enter one of the missions, you had to do like uh, 25,000 steps in the game. You had to do so many steps. You had to walk so much just to get in a mission. You had to collect so many coins to get in a mission. You had to, I don't know, jump so many times to get in a mission. It was annoying and tedious. Sure, the battles were good, but in order to get to the battles, to the good part of the game, you had to do so much tedious stuff. I have some friends that play the game and liked it. I didn't. For me, it was annoying. Sure, as the first entry on PS3, it was nice to have a free roamable Konoha. It was nice. That was the best part of the game. And the battle system. But having to do tedious tasks just to enter a mission and get to the good part, it was too much for me. The game annoyed me. It was great to have free roam in Konoha, but the other parts, the tedious parts, I hated them. Do you have PlayStation's All Stars Battle Royale? No. No, I don't have it. I don't have it on PS3. Okay, on to the next batch. Like this, and let's get the next ones. Uh, Have you played All Stars WWE game? Yeah, I've played it, and it's nice. It's interesting how the character models look because they look different. It's interesting though. I prefer the looks of the original game, but in All Stars, I like that the moves are more flashy and you can do more spectacular stuff than in the normal WWE games. I like that about All Stars. Okay, on to the next ones. Next ones are Book of Spells, the two Book of Spells games. My first PS3 came with this the game, and in order to play it, you need the book. You need this book. This book um, is has some AR models, so that when the PlayStation 3 camera sees the points, it recognizes that it's the book, it's the game's book. And Book of Spells just means that each page is a different task. It's a great game for kids and for any Harry Potter fan. I loved the two games, both Book of Spells and Book of Potions. Though Book of Potions annoyed me that it has it um, it was more glitchy and had some problems like not recognizing the movements or um, or I already said glitches. Anyway, I liked this one less, but this one was amazing. And if you're a Harry Potter fan, you should try it. What are your thoughts on Hogwarts Legacy game coming? I'm I'm hyped for the game. I from the um, gameplays I saw on YouTube, it looks like one of the best Harry Potter games that will come. That will have. I mean, I saw that the team is super passionate about the project, and that's already something promising, because the guys from Insomniac, when they made Spider-Man on the PS4, the guys that made this game were super passionate about the project too. and the end result was amazing. So I'm hyped for Hogwarts Legacy because it looks like it's going to be a super awesome game. Um, the developers are passionate about the project. Um, they seem to have thought out the ins and outs of the game so that it will be an interesting experience for both fans and for non-fans. Um, and the game just looks super promising. It looks like a game that is going to be enjoyable for everyone. I'm hyped for the game. I hope it's going to be a huge success, because if it's going to be a huge success, then they are going to make maybe a sequel to the game, and maybe the Harry Potter franchise will live on. And also they even were so passionate about the project that they created um, the common rooms for each of the houses in a way that they said would agree with the books, but would also show some creativity. And I'm excited to see their version of Hogwarts, especially that since even in the books, Hogwarts is like a living organism. It changes shapes. Like for example, the hidden passages in Hogwarts, um, they change, and Hogwarts, the castle, creates its own secret passages and changes them. So it makes sense why in Hogwarts Legacy we won't get the castle we got in the other Harry Potter games, and I'm excited for that. I'm excited to see how the project will turn out. It looks promising. The combat system looks good. It's nice that finally you have a free roamable Hogsmeade, which we didn't had before. We had a free roamable Hogsmeade only in Lego Harry Potter, and there that wasn't an accurate version of Hogsmeade. So yeah, I'm excited for Hogwarts Legacy. Which house I will join? I will join Gryffindor. I I'm a Gryffindor since I was little. I even fit with the character requirements for a Gryffindor, because Gryffindors usually have courage, the courage to stand up for them and for people in need, and Gryffindors um, have a sense of right and wrong, and feel the need to defend other people, to jump for other people, and I find that the I find that very noble. Uh, though I think I will fit in Ravenclaw too, because I'm also studious. In Slytherin, not because even though they are purebloods, they usually tend to be jocks and bully people, and I don't like that. I don't want to be a bully. And in Hufflepuff, I don't want, because um, the story on how Hufflepuff was created is kind of stupid, because um, when the four founding fathers of Hogwarts made each house, Salazar Slytherin said that he wants only the purebloods, wizards that come from wizards. He doesn't want any spoiled blood in his house. Um, Godric Gryffindor said that he wants everyone that has a noble heart. Rowena Ravenclaw said that she wants people that are studious, because wizards are important to be studious, because it's a school after all. And then um, came Hufflepuff, and she said, well, you all have pretensions. I take everyone else. I take the rest. And I don't know, joining Hufflepuff will make me feel useless. Like, I don't fit in any other house, so I was chosen in Hufflepuff because I I wasn't chosen in another. It's like being picked last at when they make basketball teams only because you remained, and you are automatically put in a team. So I wouldn't want to join Hufflepuff because I will feel like I failed somewhere. I'm sorry if you're Hufflepuffs. I'm sorry, but um, judging from the history on how each house was made, I find that I mean Hufflepuff had good intentions. She wanted education for everyone, but she also picks up those who don't have any specific talents or um, attributes. Though, even if this is the rule, you saw in Fantastic Beasts that um, that oh fuck, the main character. I know his name in French. In French, the main character's name is called Dragono. Uh, Scamander. That's it, Scamander. You saw that Scamander has actually a talent in taking care of magical beasts. So they do have talents, but yeah, still, judging by the history of how each house was created, I still wouldn't want to choose Hufflepuff. I don't know. I mean, I would even prefer to be a Slytherin. Hufflepuff, generic softy, generic nerds. Yeah, more of a generic softy. Like they are the generic students that don't excel at anything when you look at them. I mean, on the first impression, they don't excel at anything. They don't seem interesting with any attribute. That's how you. That's how I would like, describe Hufflepuffs. Like normal students, normal wizard students that just blend in. They don't have something specific to them, like Ravenclaws being chosen for their interest in studying and being very studious and also more drawn towards academic stuff. Like Hufflepuffs seem like generic students. They're just there to study. They're there just to learn something because that's the school system. That's how school works. They have to do it. Not that they will necessarily want to gain something out of school. They just do it because school is cool and you have to participate. Okay, so the two Book of Spells games are amazing, and as I said, if you're a Harry Potter fan, you should look onto them. Though you need a PlayStation Move controller, you need the book, or you can print the book. In case you don't find the book, I put a video. I put a link with the scanned book. I scanned my book and put a link in the review of these two games. So in case you get the games and you also have a PlayStation controller but can't find a book, just go to my review of these two games, the Book of Spells games, and there will be a link of my scan book and you can print it and it will work fine. I tested it. Okay, so let's put the book back and get onto the next games. Next up is Sports Champions, which is also a game for PlayStation Move. This is I think my fourth PlayStation 3 game that I owned, and it's pretty good. I tried to platinum it um, like most of the games I had at first because I could barely buy any games. I mean, I didn't buy them because I was still a student, so my parents bought them, and you know how you can get money from parents for games. You need a lot of negotiation for that. So game scarcity was a thing back then. So since I had such few games, I wanted to play the crap out of the ones I had. And this one is super enjoyable. I recommend it to you. But you need a controller for this game. This is the interior of the game. It's not fancy or anything, but yeah. Nothing fancy, but it gets the job done. Especially because the game itself is super nice. I recommend it, the game. Okay, next up is Assassin's Creed Revelations. I don't think I have to explain this game to you. If you're an Assassin's Creed fan, you already know the game. If you haven't played it, my recommendation is to play it because it's awesome. I find the game awesome because I find the whole series awesome. By the way, what do you guys think? Is Assassin's Creed repetitive or not? I don't find it repetitive. I mean, each game brings you a new timeline. It puts you in a new world that you haven't seen before, like Florence, like Renaissance Italy, like Jerusalem in the first game's case, Constantinople and Revelations. For me, sure, some gameplay mechanics are repeated, but I don't think that Assassin's Creed games are repetitive. Because for me, the biggest selling point in Assassin's Creed is the world, is how the world is built, and they do a tremendous job at world building. Also, fun fact about Assassin's Creed, I have fond memories about the first game because the advertising for Assassin's Creed 1 was super good. Assassin's Creed 1 was everywhere. PS3s were sold. The trailer, it looked so good, and when I've got to finally play the game, it was worth the hype. It was awesome. Next up, I only played the Ezio games. Stopped before Assassin's Creed 3. Well, Ray, I recommend you to play the other games too. They're awesome in their own way, and each game brings a new world. Me as a history fanatic, I I love the games. I mean, I love history, and getting to play Assassin's Creed is like having the most immersive experience I could get to live in those times. Next up is FIFA 8. As you can see here, I don't have to explain the game to you because I think you already know FIFA. It has player heroes. This is a you could register for a global gaming tournament of FIFA 8. The booklet is pretty thick. I don't know if you can see. The booklet is thick. It doesn't have... Oh, it tells you... Oh, it's in multiple languages. That's why it's thick. But anyway, I appreciate that they printed so much paper for the game. Next up, FIFA 15. And I don't think... Oh, yeah, you can see that they already released the PS4. The PS4 got released in 2014. So, yeah. No manual, just some papers. Sucks. Global warming. They wanted to prevent it by printing less paper. Okay, next up, the next batch of games. We are almost through, and then I will present you the PS4 games I have, because I think we still have time, Oh, it's all 2 hours and wow. Okay, I already presented a lot, but I think we can squeeze in the PS4 game collection too on this stream. Because on PS4 you don't have that much to present, only the game cases, because it doesn't, PS4 game cases don't have manuals, it's just the title, and that's it. Okay, let's put the games back in and get the other batch. Okay, next up is Homefront, which is an okay game. It didn't impress me. Oh, this is a nice manual. Okay, so it, even if the gameplay didn't impress me, it impressed me with the manual. Um, I don't know, for whatever reason, why the interior design is actually the outer case only printed another time. Maybe if the outer case gets damaged, you can just flip it over. I don't know, but yeah, it's interesting that they printed it like this. Or maybe it was an error and it should have been blank, but somehow the paper got flipped. I don't know. But anyway, this is the case. This is a code, and here is the manual. It's black and white, but the design is pretty good. It even has a communist star here, as you can see, communist stars. Let's focus on it, as you can see on the paper. So yeah, this is the design for Homefront. The game itself was kind of, I don't know, it didn't impress me, as I've told you. I bought this one from Switzerland. And fun fact, I speak German because I grew up with German television. And Swiss German isn't like normal German. And I understand normal German like a native. But when I got to the store in Switzerland, I thought, let's just buy games. I mean, I'm in the German part of Switzerland. I know the language. I know German. I can go and buy. When I got to the register, the guy told me, "Haben Sie Ausweis?" And I was like, "What? What?" I asked him in German, "What? I don't understand. What's that?" He told me, "Een Ausweis." I think, meaning, he told me the same word. I still couldn't understand, even if he tried to repeat the same word over and over. And luckily, I was with a friend that spoke Swiss German. He got to the register, he talked to the guy, and then told me in normal German, "Haben Sie ein Ausweis?" Meaning that, do you have an ID? And I was like, oh, Ausweis, because he pronounced the word Ausweis, and I didn't understand what was that. And mostly in the Swiss part of, in the German part of Switzerland, even though I understand German natively, I understood only like half of what people were telling me there, because their German is so mispronounced in comparison to the normal German that I had problems there. And it was interesting that they could understand me perfectly when I spoke in the normal German, in Hochdeutsch, like they call it, meaning high German. But because they study high German in school. But when they were talking to me in their accent, I was only getting half of what they were talking. So yeah, that was my experience with game hunting in Switzerland, in the German part of Switzerland. So yeah, just know that even if you know German, or if you are German and speak Austrian German, or German from Germany, you will most probably have a hard time understanding people in Switzerland when you get there. Yeah, that's a flip cover, but it's not exactly the same. The other side doesn't have the info logos like each restrictions. Oh. Uh. Oh wait. Yeah, you're right. Uh. The logo on the back is a little bit different. Like, it doesn't have this logo with Computerspiele. It doesn't have that logo here. It doesn't have Play 3. It just says 2027. So yeah, the logo inside is indeed different. I haven't noticed it. So thank you, Ree, for noticing. Yeah, there are some differences within this one, but it's still interesting that they printed it flipped. Oh, check the front side. You mean this one? Oh yeah, you're right. I can see it now. They don't have the age restriction. They don't have the 100% uncut logo here. Yeah, you're right. Interesting. I haven't noticed it. I haven't noticed. Interesting design choice. I don't know why they chose to do this. Okay, on to the next game. Resistance, Fall of Man, which is a great game. It's a monster shooter, so to say. Meaning that you shoot monsters. It's a monster apocalypse. So yeah, it's made by Insomniac. I think you know the company. It's the company that made Spider-Man on PS4. That's their biggest success. It's nice that the manual looks like a classified document, as you can see here. Really nice design. Ray, because the info blocks are ugly, but needed for sale. Yeah, you're right. They're pretty ugly, the info boxes, especially here that the 18 logo is way too big. And the others are really big too. But yeah, you're right. Oh, this is a nice design for a booklet. I mean, with an old font. It explains the game mechanics. It's in multiple languages. It's pretty thick. A nice design. And I bought this game from Switzerland too, from the same store where I had the problem with the guy at the register. I still have the receipt from Switzerland. Okay, next up is Gran Turismo 5. This one, if you don't know the series, is a super awesome racing simulator franchise. The booklet is thick. I think that it's thick because it's in multiple languages. Because I bought this game from Switzerland too, as you can see from the price tag. Oh, sorry, I'm in the sun. As you can see here from the price tag. Yeah, and they needed to print the manual in all the languages they are in Switzerland. And they have 3 languages. They have a French part, they have a German part of Switzerland, and they have an Italian part of Switzerland. So they just have it in multiple languages. But the game, I think, that has I think that this copy also has English. Yeah, it has English. As you can see, there are 4 languages. There is English, there is German, there is Italian, and there is French um, in the game. So yeah, that's how wacky games in Europe are. Many other games in Europe have multiple languages, though in my country, in Romania, they kind of tend that if it's in English, it's okay. People will know English, it's alright. But in Spain and in Germany, the authorities kind of tend to translate the games, as far as I've noticed. Correct me if I'm wrong, but as far as I've noticed, um, Spanish authorities and German authorities tend to have their games translated. Next up is Gran Turismo 5 Prologue, which I bought from the same store. I even have the receipt. This is the booklet for GameStop. It explains that I can get a card from them, but since I was just visiting the country, I had no reason to get the card. But this is what you will get um, if you would get a card at GameStop in Switzerland. These were the prices. And yeah, also it has a manual here. It has a manual. Okay, I'm sorry, my battery died, and I'm back now. I'm back. Let's just put the receiver on charge too. Fix the hole, and that's it. Okay, and now they should work. Okay, they are both on charge. Thank you so much, Ray, for telling me that the sound is off. Okay, so as I said, Resistance 2 is sealed, and I don't want to open it because one day maybe I will sell it, and I could sell it for more if it's sealed. Same sound like yesterday. What do you mean, Happy Apples? Uh, is something wrong with the sound? Maybe when I charge the receiver, it has a high pitched sound. I've noticed it in when I looked up on the stream from yesterday that once I put my receiver for my microphone to charge, it had some high-pitched noise on the background. Do you refer to that sound? Like yesterday. I mean, is the audio good? Okay, on to the next one. Sports Champions 2. This is the sequel for the first Sports Champions game I showed you there. And it's pretty good, just like the first one. This is the manual. It has an interior design. How nice is that? And yeah, that's about it. And we're almost done with the PS3 collection. Let's just put them back. I also have some games spread across somewhere here. Yeah, this ones. Let's just see. No, these are the ones, and I also have two more up there. Let's just get them there. I'm sorry for the clicking sound the magnet makes. Oh no, I've powered up my PlayStation 4. You know what, if I'm going to present you the PS4 games I have, I will just get the PS4 games I have up here down, so that you can see. This one's okay. This one's and this one's. And also on the way, I can also show you that I still have one GBA game here. Along with the other GBA games I showed you yesterday, Cats and Charlotte's Web, I also have this one on my shelf. Okay, now let's continue. Now that I think these are all of my other PS3 games I have on my shelf. Yeah, I guess these are all of them. Okay. Okay, let's get into it. Let's put my microphone back on. Here's the microphone, and all right. Is the stream still on? Yeah, it seems on. Okay. Now, Borderlands 2 and Borderlands the pre-sequel. I'm not really fond of Borderlands. I bought it because the franchise is super popular, but I never had it at heart. Wait, let me just draw the curtains because the sun is getting in my eyes. Let's just draw the curtains. Okay, oh no, it's not finished yet. Okay, I'm back and it seems that it looks good now. Just this one and yeah, let's continue. Okay, Now I have Borderlands, the pre-sequel, and Borderlands 2. I never had Borderlands at heart. I bought the games because they're popular, and yeah, that's about it. Also, it has a subtle interior design behind the disc, as you can see here. So it's not only a simple white background. Oh, and also here. So yeah, nice design, nice and colorful manual, pretty good, I will say. Next up, Borderlands, the pre-sequel. It has a manual. The game itself didn't impress me. I'm sorry if you're a fan of Borderlands, but for my taste, it didn't work. Borderlands. Okay, next up is Skyrim, The Elder Scrolls Skyrim, which is fantastic. It doesn't have the manual. I don't know if it had one or not. I bought the game used. It has a really nice interior design. It's the wallpaper that appears before booting the game, where you select the menu options, the game options before entering the game, and yeah, The Elder Scrolls Skyrim. Nice design. Also, I have The Elder Scrolls on 362, as you can see here. It has a different design because this is the Legendary Edition. But I will show you this game when we get to the 360 games and other stuff. Okay, let's put it back in. Good, so Skyrim. It's not the Legendary Edition, it's the first edition. The stock one, the first version of Skyrim that came out. It doesn't even have the DLCs, it's just the stock Skyrim. Okay, up next is Crysis 3, which on PS3 isn't as impressive as on PC, but yeah, it's impressive that it looks almost like the PC on like medium settings or something like that, but yeah, at least you can play Crysis 3 on PS3, which is nice. Next up is Darksiders. I bought the game cheap. I found it for like €3. It smells like cigars, cigarettes. But yeah, at least I got it cheap. What can I say? And I can get to play it legally without pirating. It's in multiple languages. The booklet is thick because this is the European version, and in Europe, legislation in many countries requires that at least the booklet is in the language of the country. So you have here Dutch, Dutch and French, and the game is in Dutch, German, in French, and in English. So yeah, European is crazy with languages. We have many languages here. In Romania, as I said, in Romania, if the game is in English, it's okay. There's no problem with it. But other countries are more hard on these legislations and even require a dub in their language. Like Spanish people, like Spain, Germany, and France, they want their games to be dubbed and have subtitles. Okay, next up is Call of Duty Black Ops. And as you could see, I actually have the game 2 times because they ripped me off with Call of Duty Black Ops 3, because Black Ops 3 actually offers Black Ops 1, this one. So if you ever stumble upon this two, just know that they're mostly the same. You get the same campaign in both of them. The difference is just that this one is this one, but with multiplayer, the multiplayer of Call of Duty 3, and with a zombies mode. But yeah, I got ripped off. So basically I have the same game twice because of how they ripped me off. I will be fine if all games only came in English. Everybody should understand English. Yeah, I think that's the reason why Romania isn't hard on translating games. I mean, out of the history of game releases in Romania, I think that only now Ratchet and Clank on PS5 came dubbed or subtitled in Romanian. That's the only game I know that has some Romanian content in it, some Romanian translation. That's the only game I know. So yeah, and that happened recently because Ratchet and Clank for PS5 came out recently. So yeah, I got ripped off, and that's how I ended up with 2 copies of basically the same game. Next up is Final Fantasy Realm Reborn. This is sealed, as you can see. The servers are dead, and well, what can I say about the game? I don't know what to say about it. So yeah, Final Fantasy Online Realm Reborn. I think I've played it before on my PS3, and I wasn't that impressed. But truth is, I'm not impressed about multiplayer games in general. So you can't take my word for it for a multiplayer game because I'm not usually into multiplayer games. Okay, now let's get into the PS3 collection. We'll get to the games from the upper register that I've lowered from there, and get to the games because I think that we can do it. I know that I've streamed for 3 hours, but I think we can do the PS4 game collection fairly quickly because you don't have to open up games on PS4 because most of them don't have manuals or anything else. It's just the game title. Have you played Fight Night Champion or UFC 3 before? Yes, I've played them, and I'm impressed by the graphics in those games. I'm impressed how good UFC got to look like. I mean, imagine that a guy when the match with Conor McGregor and Logan Paul was, yeah, I think that was the fight. No, anyway, a match with Conor McGregor, a big fight. When that match was, a guy on Twitch held his controller like this. He pretended to be playing and actually broadcasted that fight, and he got away with it because on the first glance it looked like he was actually playing a UFC match, and other people got similar stories. Like for example, one guy played the newer NBA games, and someone came to him and told him that he didn't knew that they will broadcast in an NBA match at that hour, and he just said that, but I'm playing a game. I'm not watching a match. So yeah, I'm impressed on how the graphics in sports games, especially in UFC, have evolved. I mean, they give you the impression that that's real life. Okay, now on to the PS3 games. I have a sealed copy of Kingdom Hearts 3 here. As you can see, Kingdom Hearts 3. I haven't got to play the game yet, but I will in the future. Next up is Knack. And if you haven't played the game, you should. Few people know about the game, Some even complain about the game. I liked it. I like the game, and I would recommend it to anyone. It's one of the PS4's launch titles. Knack. It's awesome. It even has a sequel. I think I have it here or not. Anyway, it has a sequel, Knack 2, and that one's great too. Um, I don't know how to describe the gameplay to you. Just look it up. Look the game up. It's a good game. Okay, next up is Rage 2, which was kind of disappointing for me. It was some sort of Doom with free roam. It even was made by ID Software and Bethesda, but I don't know, it looked fancier in reviews and gameplay videos than it actually was. It even has an ad for Doom and Wolfenstein. But yeah, this game looked fancier in videos than and in reviews that it actually was. Oh, and also the game has a warning for in-game purchases, as you can see here. Good. Next up is Prey. I have a review online on my channel with Prey. It looked promising, and Prey was even a trend at one point. It even has a short manual, some ads, game codes. It has an interior design which is nice, you can see here. But Prey was a trend. Many YouTubers got to play Prey, and when I got to play it, it didn't impress me that much. I mean, I don't know what the hype was about. It's not a terrible game, but yeah, it didn't impress me. Like, I don't get why this game got to be a trend. Maybe there weren't enough better games. But yeah, it's not a bad game, but it didn't impress me. Maybe the hype was too big for me. Maybe I was hyped up for the game too much for what the game is actually. Because it's not a bad game, but just I expected more. Okay, next up, Spyro Reignited Trilogy. This one is a great game. It's a great remake of the 3 original games. There is an ad for Crash Team Racing, and yeah, no interior design really, just a warning, and that's about it. But the game itself is really good. Next up, Star Wars Squadrons, which is also PlayStation VR compatible. And on PlayStation VR, even if it looks good at first, I got dizzy pretty fast from the VR controller. So my recommendation will be that you're better off playing this game on a PC VR system than on PlayStation VR, because it's not that qualitative on PS4. But the game itself is good. I wouldn't call it fantastic, but it's good. Star Wars Squadrons. Next up is Starlink, and this game comes with a special toy that you put on the controller, as I showed you on the stream from yesterday. Okay, next up are another batch of games. God of War, which and my copy says again not to be sold separately because maybe it came with the console, but as you can see, I bought it separately, so I still don't know how this works. And I bought it new from a retailer. I didn't buy it from someone who sold used video games. I bought it new, and still not to be sold separately, but they sold me the game separately. Okay, next up is Yakuza, which I haven't had the chance to play yet, but I hope I will in the near future. Yakuza. Okay, next up, Ratchet and Clank on PS4. The game is good, but it's disappointing that they don't offer manuals anymore. It's just the paper. Wolfenstein, The New Order. I bought this game new, but when they shipped me the product, I ordered it online, and well, they shipped it like this. I didn't ask for a refund, but yeah, kind of disappointing that they sent me this crap. Next up is Horizon Zero Dawn, which also has a bunch of codes, but not really a manual. Horizon. Okay, let's put the games back up. Alright, next up is Spider-Man PS4. I think you already heard about this game. I don't have to talk about how awesome it is. So yeah, it's a classic. This one is Uncharted Lost Legacy. As a warning, just know that this game is actually only 4 hours long. So it's kind of in the middle ground of between a DLC and a full game. It takes you around 4 hours to finish the story arc. It's super high production, meaning that the graphics are amazing, the story is amazing. It's a world project, but in gameplay hours it's only 4 hours long. So it's debatable if you can call this only a DLC or a full game that is actually shorter. Because unlike Uncharted Infamous First Light, this one doesn't recycle anything. It's a new story, a new entry. Only that it's only 4 hours long. So beware, if you buy it at a cheaper price than a normal game. Alright, next up is Red Dead 2. And what I appreciate about Rockstar is, as you can see, it comes in 2 discs because the game is so big. And what I appreciate about Rockstar is that they care to look at the tiny details. As you can see, the interior design is a canyon, so they don't have just a normal warning, a piece of paper on a white background. It's actually a canyon. So the interior design is they took care of the interior design. I've got a code for a DLC, and I also got a map, as you can see here. I got this map, and on the back there is another map. So Rockstar does great with packaging. Even on the PS4 generation, which you will think that maybe they will go with the flow of the other game publishers to not include any papers, they still care to look at the tiny details and include posters and the manual and stuff like that. So I really appreciate that Rockstar still does this, and I hope they will in the future include such things in the packaging too. Okay, next up is Uncharted 4, and this one has only 1 paper, and that's that. But the game is super awesome, and if you haven't played it yet, you should. The game looks like a movie. Okay, and now let's put them back and get onto the next ones. Oh, I forgot one game. Battlefield 1, which is a super short game. So beware that if you find the game, and Ray, like you said, this one also has an age rating that is too huge for the game cover. I mean, 16. So this game is super short. It takes like 5 hours to finish the campaign, and the rest is just the multiplayer, because that's the most interesting part for people who buy Battlefield 1. But if you buy Battlefield 1 for the campaign, just know that it's only 5 hours long, and the campaign is mostly just a tutorial for the rest of the game, for the multiplayer, because it just introduces you in the gameplay mechanics that you are going to use in multiplayer, and it doesn't really offer that much in campaign. Okay, next up, oh, next up is Uncharted: The Nathan Drake Collection. I just wanted to have them in this format too. God of War 3 Remaster, Neo 1, and as usual it doesn't have only this piece of paper. Doom, and this one has a manual, and I really appreciate ID Software for doing this. I mean, look, in the era of careless packaging, just to be cost effective, they cared to put an interior design. As you can see, Doom has an interior design. It even has this works even as an alternative cover, as you can see that it's Doom written the other way. And they included a small manual, which is great. I mean, look, it's not much, it's just a folded paper, but still, it's something. Instead of what other game publishers do and not include anything. I mean, it's a joy to look at this when you open it up. Okay, and now my favorite game, which I consider that, Ray, the Uncharted trilogy was amazing. Yeah, true, I agree. All Uncharted games are super awesome, and I recommend them. I will recommend them to anyone. Okay, next up is The Witcher 3, which I consider to be the game of the decade. No other game impressed me this much as The Witcher 3. I mean, The Witcher 3 was dense, it was interesting through and through. The gameplay mechanics were awesome. As I said in yesterday's stream, that if I would have to pick one game as my favorite, it would be The Witcher 3. It's super awesome. But in packaging, well, they included some papers, but yeah, not much. So yeah, in packaging that they don't excel. But in what the game is concerned, damn, it's super dense and awesome. Okay. Let's just put the games back and show you the next batch. Next up is another Rockstar game, GTA 5. And here, with GTA 5, Rockstar has an interior design, has a manual, as you can see here. It's short, but hey, it's a manual. Some bonus content, some DLC content, and also a map. So in the era where game publishers just slapped you a disc on in a game case, this one actually Rockstar actually cares to put maps, a game manual, like games are like games were supposed to have back in the day. And this is awesome. These tiny details are super awesome. And I'm really glad that Rockstar still does this. I hope that with PS4 games they do it too. And the map is super nicely designed because it has even the logos of popular brands or um, the city council or this or state or see the county of Los Santos, the Blaine County. So it has logos of. It's a super nicely packaged game. See. I'm still waiting for GTA 5 to become cheap on Steam. Been waiting for 9 years. Oh well. Did you get GTA 5 for free when it was on Epic Games? I've got it for free when they gave it away on Epic. At one point they gave it for free on Epic Games. Okay, I think I have enough battery now. The microphone. Let's see on the receiver. Well, I hope I have enough battery. Please tell me. Oh, you missed. That's bad luck. I'm sorry, but it was free on Epic Games, GTA 5, at one point in their free giveaways. Next up, Infamous Second Son. It also has a huge age rating logo here. Yeah, no manual, just a piece of paper, but yeah, no interior design, but at least the game is good. I don't know why they went. I know why they went with such design. Killzone only has an ad. Something fell off the receipt for my bought game, but I don't know where it is. Anyway, Killzone Shadowfall is a bad game. So if you ever encounter it, just don't buy it, don't play it. It's terrible. It looks okay at first. It looks okay in gameplays. Um, it was one of the PS4's launch titles, to its shame, but it's not a good game. It's boring and it's short and it's just not worth it. So if you see this game, don't get it. Next up, Just Cause 3, which I still have it sealed. And GTA 4 on PS3, which I've already covered. Alright. Next up is FIFA 14, which is actually one of my first PS4 games that I owned. Actually, I think that this one is the first PS4 game that I ever owned. So, yeah, this is with what I've started my PS4 collection with FIFA 14. Next up, Nier Automata. If you haven't played this one, you should. It's a great game. Inside I have a code, pretty basic. So yeah, Nier Automata. South Park, The Stick of Truth. I think I have the other game somewhere here too. This one has a manual, which is awesome. The manual is just a folded paper. It doesn't tell you much. It has, wait, let me just focus. It has some warranty, gaming instructions. Gaming instructions. The controls can be accessed through the pause menu in the game. If you have any questions, please visit support Ubi. Yeah, it's so helpful. Customer service, and yeah, pretty basic, but yeah, at least they give more than the um, average game publisher does with their games. And here are some ads. Okay, next up is Fallout 76, which is a terrible game. It's full of bugs. Game historian, no, internet historian has a video of how buggy and terrible this game is. I suggest you watch this video. I bought the game for meme purposes, to my shame. And yeah, you need PS Plus to play the game. It's bad. I should be ashamed of myself for buying it, but yeah, I I thought to buy it for meme purposes because I found it cheap, but you shouldn't buy bad games because it encourages game publishers to just shove more bad games. Because if bad games are as profitable as good games, why bother making a good game if you can get the same amount of money out of a bad game? So yeah, don't be like me and buy bad games. Okay, next up is Batman Arkham Knight, which is an awesome game. It has some papers with the season pass and another paper with the same season pass. I got the same paper twice. I don't know why, but yeah, Batman Arkham Knight. Good. And now on the bottom register, there are more. Oh, I've put GTA 5 in the wrong batch. Oh, and before we get to the lower register, I want to show you my Xbox One games too, because I have a few here and maybe I will forget about them if I don't present them now. Okay, let's put GTA 5 back. Oh no. Okay. Just buy them used. There is no money for the devs of bad games. Yeah, true. But still, even if I still wouldn't suggest on buying bad games. But yeah, you're right that no money goes to the devs if you buy used. Simon PL, can you show PSP games? No, sorry, Simon. I showcased the PSP games yesterday in yesterday's stream. You can breeze through it and just watch it with skips if you want on YouTube. It's the last video posted because I haven't posted yet another video after yesterday's stream. It's 4 hours and a half long, so it took me some time to showcase all the PSP games I have on this shelf. So yeah, I can't show you the PSP games because it will take me 5 hours and a half. But yeah, if you want to know what's here, you can breeze through yesterday's stream. Okay, now my Xbox One games that I have on this shelf. Rise Son of Rome, which also is in Arabic and in English, and this game is awesome. I first played it on PC and it's super awesome. The graphics are top notch. I don't know how they are now in 2022, but back when I played it in, I think, 2014 or something like that, I was amazed by how good this game looks. So if you haven't tried this one yet, try it. It's amazing. Though gameplay wise you could say that it's repetitive because you do the same thing throughout the whole game, but the awesome graphics and the great narrative will still keep you hooked. I played Rise 2. It's short but fun. Yeah, true. And I love the game. It impressed me. Okay, next up is Sunshine Overdrive, which is a game that um, I was so angry for being only an Xbox One exclusive. Now it's on PC too, but I was so mad that the game looked so good and I couldn't play it because I didn't had uh, an Xbox One. It sucked. Also, Xbox One game covers have this Xbox logo on. Oh, and by the time the game came out, as I've told you, it was only available on Xbox One, as it says here. Now it's available on PC too. Have you played The Witcher? Yeah, I've played all 3 games. I haven't played the Gwent game. I mean, there is a Gwent only Witcher game which I haven't played because I'm not that into Gwent. But I have played all 3 games, 1, 2, and 3. And 1 I have it here in my bookshelf. I have it here. The Witcher 3 I already showed you, and yeah. Um, Next up, PES 2015, FIFA 17, which obviously doesn't have any manuals or anything. I bought this one for €1, pretty cheap. NBA 2K18, Shadow of War, which is awesome. If you haven't played it, you should. And Destiny, because it was in a bundle with other games like Shadow of War, I think. And in order to buy Shadow of War cheap, I had to buy this one too. So I have Destiny for Xbox One too, even if I don't want to play this game. So yeah, this is Destiny 2, and I also have Destiny 1 on PS3, I think, or Xbox, because it came with a bundle. And if I wanted to buy another game cheap, I had to buy it with that one. Okay, now on to another batch of PS4 games. Okay, now Black Ops 3, which is actually Black Ops 3, unlike the PS3 version of Black Ops 3, which is actually Black Ops 1. This is actually Black Ops 3. And if you haven't played the campaign of Black Ops 3 yet, you should. It's awesome, it's memorable. Especially the one with the imagine yourself in a frozen forest parts are awesome. What languages is that Witcher 1 box you just showed? Oh, this Witcher 1 box is actually in Czech. It's in Czech because I looked up for the original game. And I bought them from a Romanian retailer. But when they sent me the game, I've got a notification that they are bringing me the games from their Czech deposit. So I was like, oh, so the games are going to come from Czech Republic. And they brought me the games, and only the cover is in Czech because the game is in English actually. So yeah, this is how a Czech version of The Witcher 1 looks. It's Zaklinach. I think it's red. So the Witcher in Czech is called Zaklinach. Yeah, this is in Czech. And I also have other PS4 covers that are in Czech, but they didn't go as hard with the translation to completely change the title of a game. Like here, that instead of Witcher, it's called Zaklinach. Okay, next up is Days Gone in a steel case. And this is actually pretty cool. It doesn't have a manual. It's nice that it has an engraving of Days Gone, if you can see here. But yeah, the steel case is the main attraction of the game. It doesn't have an interior design, as you can see. It's just Days Gone in a steel case. Okay, next up is Metro Exodus. That if you haven't played, you should. It's amazing. And they bothered to include a poster. As you can see here, you don't see this often, as you saw in PlayStation 4 games, that they don't do that anymore. They don't include posters, but now with Metro Exodus they did. And this is actually a graph of the creatures in the game. You also get a code, and yeah, they included something extra, and I appreciate that, because you saw that most newer generation games don't come with anything. They just ship you the game and that's that. Let's just fold this one back, put it back. Right. Now Uncharted 3 remaster, Uncharted 2 remaster. They don't have manuals or anything. It's just Uncharted 1, 2 and 3, as you can see here. Next up is Kane, Bridge of Spirits, which is a really jolly game. You can see it included some stickers here. It's very thoughtful of them. And yeah, if you haven't played Kane yet, do it. It's a nice game. It's light-hearted and it makes you feel good. It's a relaxing game, especially if you play it on lower difficulties. But it's a relaxing game and I recommend Kane. Alright, next up is Ace Combat 7, which is the greatest dogfight game I have ever played. Well, second best, because Ace Combat 0 Hour, I think, on the PS2 is, I think, the best. But this one is also close or on the same level, or, well, it's super awesome. If you want to play a good dogfight game, play this one. And it also has PlayStation VR support, as you can see here. So Ace Combat 7 if you want a good dogfight game. Next up, Dark Souls Remaster, and I don't think that Dark Souls needs any presentation. I mean, Dark Souls is ultra popular. You already know what Dark Souls is about. Monster Hunter World, which doesn't include anything. It's just Monster Hunter World. It's a great RPG. Next up, Marvel Avengers, which I haven't reviewed yet. I wanted to play it, but I don't have that much time to finish games anymore. It's nice that it has an interior cover design. Here too, with what I think is Thanos crying or something like that, I think. But yeah, it's a nice interior design. I haven't got to play much of the game. I still have it in my PS4 installed, but yeah, what can I do? I don't have that much time anymore to play games because I also have like I could say 3 or 4 jobs depending on what you consider a job. So yeah, I'm pretty busy usually. But yeah, I try to game as much as I can. Next up is Ghost of Tsushima, which I think you already know. It has a little promo of Predators. It's nice that it has some interior design. And yeah, the packaging doesn't have any presentation, so to say. It's the game that shines. But next up, Dark Souls 3 Game of the Year edition. As you can see, it has some papers here and the basic cover design. And also Dark Souls 3 Scholar of the First Sin, which has a manual, finally. PS4 game with a manual. These ones are super rare. Multiplayer has place for notes. But yeah, it's nice that they included a manual with Dark Souls. Oh, this is Dark Souls 2, pardon, not 3, I'm sorry. So yeah, Dark Souls 2 has a manual, but Dark Souls 3 doesn't. I mean, this is just a piece of paper and this is advertisement. Doesn't have a manual. So Dark Souls 2 is the only Dark Souls game that has manuals and one of the few PS4 games that has manuals. That has a manual. Sorry. Alright, and now on to the last batch of PS4 games I have. It's here. Yeah, I know, Ray. Though my jobs don't aren't full-time jobs. I mean, I work as a caretaker and singer at a church, so I have to take care of what to clean the church. That would be one of my jobs. Then I work as a technician at a radio station where I have to watch out for the equipment. I have a show at the radio station and do other stuff because I have to be expendable there, so I have to do all sorts of technical things in there and even um, do show stuff. I'm also a college student and I have a scholarship, so I have to study hard to keep my scholarship to get paid by the college to study in the future, or else I have to pay the college. And the other job is YouTube. Though in YouTube, I had a period where I would treat YouTube as a job, but now I treat it only as a hobby. I mean, I stopped doing YouTube for the money, for the gains, and now I try to do it more as a pleasure of mine. I even tried to quit YouTube, but then I don't know, something pulled me back. I enjoy doing the videos I make, but what I don't enjoy is having a deadline. Like when I was working hard on YouTube, I had a deadline to make like 2 or 4 videos a day, and of course that drained me of energy, and of course that I wanted to quit. I mean, it was hard work. But now that I do YouTube videos when I feel like it and when I have time for them, it I feel more relaxed. I mean, I don't feel like YouTube is pushing on me anymore. So now I do it for pleasure. I do YouTube mostly for pleasure because it makes me feel good, and I like to document the games I play, and not really for the money, because the money isn't that great. So yeah, that, and I also, because I need a lot of money for what I do, I also take side jobs, like I film events, I do Photoshop jobs, I do technical jobs like repairing a computer, cleaning a computer, um, um, doing photo shoots, doing video shoots. I mean, I even take my YouTube equipment to film interviews and events and stuff. So I'm expendable. So yeah, I do work a lot, and basically from when I wake up until I go to sleep, I pretty much work all day. That's the microphone. Yeah, it still works. What do you study? Well, I'm currently at my master's degree. I study history of religion. So I'm basically studying at my master's degree uh, the evolution of Islam, Christianity, and Judaism. And I hope to remain at college. I mean, I hope to find an academic job rather than another type of job that requires physical work, because I have currently jobs that require physical work, and I prefer to use my mind, because I enjoy to study more than doing physical work. I don't know. Studying always makes me proud when I get to finish a paper. And even studying makes me excited that I find out uh, something new. It's like unsolving a Rubik's Cube or something like that. It makes me feel good to study. Others, other people with whom I talk to don't seem to enjoy studying, but I do. I do enjoy studying. The only thing I hate about um, any type of work are deadlines. That is what I hate. I hate being pressed by time. I, 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 I hate rushing things. I mean, I like to have my own time and to study in time or do my stuff in my own rhythm. Like, for example, on YouTube, it's a great job on YouTube that because I can do my stuff how I want it. I don't necessarily have a deadline. The only deadline I have is the one set by me. And I get to do um, a lot of. I get to. I get some performance out of YouTube. Though, as you can see, I don't have that many views, and maybe I should wrap my content in a better package. What I mean is that I should do the same videos, but I don't know, maybe edit them better or talk faster or present them in another fashion that is compatible with today's YouTube standards or something like that. I mean, to better my videos, to make them more interesting. Yeah, it's a cool domain, and I enjoy what I study. And at my PhD in autumn, I will enroll in a PhD program, which will probably have to do something with the history of Christianity. I'm very interested in history, So I I I read a lot of history books in my free time. So anything that is related to history is something that interests me. So yeah, in autumn I will be a PhD student, and my goal is to find something in the academic field. I don't really plan to be a YouTuber, but from my experience when I tried to quit YouTube, I think that I will remain a YouTuber even if I get an academic job, because YouTube makes me feel good. I it, I enjoy doing the videos I make, and I I don't really care about views. I mean, if I would have zero views, maybe I will quit, because if really no one enjoys any of my videos, I will feel useless and probably quit. But as they are, they help me, because I keep on forgetting what I play, and I keep on forgetting what opinions I had about the game. And then when I have my information fresh because I just finished the game, when I make the review, it's like a diary to me. I mean, afterwards, when I forget what opinions I had about the game, I just rewatch my review and, oh, yeah, that was the problem with that game. Are you religious? Yeah, I am religious. Um, in Romania, most people are religious. We have some of the biggest religious attendance percentage from all of Europe. I mean, in Romania, I think 89% of the citizens are Orthodox Christians, and me included. I'm Christian Orthodox too. It's the same religion as Russia has. So we have the same religion as Russians. We are Orthodox Christians. And yeah, I am religious, but I'm not a fanatic. I mean, studying multiple religions made me more careful towards other religions, because attacking someone else's religion or criticizing someone else's religion just creates tension, and that was the reason why religious wars started. So religion should be a personal thing, like most people feel like today. Okay, how do you play Java games? Well, I play them on my old phones. I still kept my old phones. But for the reviews on YouTube, I use an emulator. I think it's called, no, it's called Kemulator. K emulator. That's, and I think that's the only Java emulator there is on the internet. I think that's the only one you can find. And when Kemulator fails, I also use J2ME emulator on Android and record the gameplays on my Android phone, because you can't record on Java phones. Those are so old, you can't put any screen recorder on those phones. So any game I play, I have to emulate it. Okay, next up is The Last of Us, which I already showed you. Um, Transformers Devastation, which is a short game. It doesn't have a manual. It's a short game, but light-hearted and super awesome. Even if you're not a fan of Transformers, I still recommend you the game. It's awesome and has a nice art style and gameplay. DC. Views are nice, but more importantly, you should do the type of content that you enjoy, especially if it's more of a passion thing. Yeah, you're right. But I still try to um, make something that is enjoyable for the viewers too. I mean, as long as I feel good, of course. I don't have a problem with adapting to the requirements of or adapting to the new style of YouTube that is more fast-paced and stuff like that, because it's it's a challenge too. I mean, I'm bettering myself and I learn new stuff if I try to adapt to the newer YouTube. For example, the newer YouTube um, um, wants less dead air, so to talk more fast paced and have less pauses, and it makes sense because you can wrap more content into a video like that. And with thumbnails you can get more creative if you try to adapt, so it's a challenge for me too. But you're right, and um, as I've told you, um, after trying to quit, I started to do YouTube. The first priority when doing YouTube for me is to enjoy myself, because I stopped trying to make YouTube for money. I don't earn much, even if I tried my best. I still didn't earn much, so I'm just happy with what I have, and I try to enjoy myself, but I still try to keep up with the passion. I still try to challenge myself, and then YouTube. That's why I said that YouTube isn't really a job, but it's more of a hobby that tries to push itself as a job, but I still try to keep it as a hobby. I tried once to make a job out of YouTube. Um, it was a lot of hard work. I tried to quit then because I thought that getting a stable, normal job was a better option than being a YouTuber, which means that you have no retirement options, you have no health insurance, you lack a lot of stuff that the state that a state job or a normal job gives you. So I thought that it's better to opt for a normal job and keep YouTube as a hobby, because that will give me the best enjoyment. I checked out your reviews for very rare and obscure games, those that no other big reviewers show. Yeah, I try to review as much as I can, and even the obscure ones that no one else reviews. And I like to discover new games, and it's a passion of mine. And I'm really glad that you enjoy the videos too. Transformers War for Cybertron and Fall of Cybertron are the games that I wish I'll play in the future. Gameplay looks pretty good. Yeah, they are great games. Okay, next up is Need for Speed, which graphically it's a good game, but gameplay wise it's pretty disappointing, especially that it requires um, permanent internet connection. Look, it even says on the cover, persistent internet connection required. So you can't play this game offline, which sucks big time, because if your internet dips, if your router doesn't work, your game doesn't work anymore either. So that sucks. Next up, Star Wars Battlefront 1, which uh, looks good, but isn't that great of a game. Content wise, it doesn't offer much. So, yeah, this is the season pass. At least you get some papers, which are nice looking, but yeah. And the discard looks great. Too bad that the game doesn't offer that much content. I mean, it just has online battles. That's all. It doesn't have a campaign, it doesn't have... It's not that exciting. Next up is Final Fantasy VII, the remake, which is an awesome remake. It comes on 2 discs because the game file is so huge. It comes with some papers. It also has an alternative cover art, as you can see, so you can 3D cover art, and that's about it. Final Fantasy VII, a great remake. Watch Dogs 2, which I try to play now, and since I have the jobs and I try to keep up with YouTube, I haven't got the chance to finish it in 2 months. I started the game 2 months ago and still haven't got to finish it because I kept on doing other things and didn't have the time to finish it. But from what I've played, I think I'm half through the game. I played half of it. It's pretty good, and I hope I'll manage to do a review of the game in the future. I really hope so, because that means that I finished the game. Off topic, but do you like books, comic books? Oh, yeah, I do. And I also have a comic book collection. If you want, I can show you on a different stream, because this stream is already really long. It's 4 hours long. I can show you in another stream my comic book collection. I collect some comic books. I don't have the expensive ones because I'm not that rich, but I have cheaper comic books in my balcony and on my shelves. So I can show you in another stream my comic book collection. That will be cool. Okay, great. So I'll look up into that stream with the comic book collection if you're interested, because as a collector, as I've always said, it's always great to see that that oh it's always great to see that um pardon, I had a brain fart. It's always great as a collector to show what you've collected, because you start feeling proud. I have over 100 comics and a good amount of games myself. Wow, that's a lot. I don't think I have 100 comic books. I haven't counted, but I don't think I have that many. But I'll show what I have in another stream. Okay, next up is Cyberpunk 2077 in a steel case. The steel case came with the game. It's empty because the discs are here. So this is actually an alternative packaging. It's a steel case, pretty nice steel case too, as you can see here. This one has a wrapping over it because it has manuals. So CD Projekt Red cared to put manuals but didn't care enough to make a good game. So I can't really praise them because they made a crap game. Especially the PS4 version is crap. I don't recommend you to play the game unless you have a PlayStation Pro. But if you have the base PlayStation, just don't even try it, because it's going to run like crap. So even if the packaging is good, the game isn't good. So I can't praise them. I can't praise CDPR for doing a great packaging if the game itself is crap. But yeah, you get a poster with game. It even on the back side it even has logos and this stuff. You also get postcards from the game. See, it looks like a postcard from the game. It has a barcode and a view and another view with a barcode, and it even looks like worn out paper here, and another view. But still, I can't praise CDPR for putting this effort into the packaging, since the base game, I mean the PlayStation 4 version of the game on base PlayStation 4 runs like crap. So yeah, too bad that they put so much effort into the packaging but not into the game. And inside there are more papers. You get some stickers with the game. See, these are stickers. You get a small booklet with CDPR projects. Welcome to Night City. It's time to stop being all sentimental though, the world of dark future awaits. Get out there. Yeah. Whether you've been following Cyberpunk 2077 for a long time or only found out about it recently, bought the game just after it came out or later down the line, we'd like to thank you for the support, and of course you thank me for making you a profit on this crap game. Do you consider Cyberpunk a GTA clone? Well, not really, because GTA is third person and Cyberpunk is first person. It's like, I don't know, Skyrim or other RPGs, and GTA had a baby, something like that. So, bought the game just after it came out. We'd like to thank you for the support and waiting all these years for the release. We wouldn't be where we are today doing what we love if it wasn't for you. And it says that it gives you the DLCs for free. So, yeah. At least, oh, it doesn't have an interior cover design. It's just, oh, it has. So you can choose whether you want the female cover or the male cover. That's the difference. You can switch them up, and you get 2 discs. But yeah, too bad that they cared so much for the packaging if the game runs like crap on base PS4s. On a PS4 Pro it runs better, but still, it's unoptimized. It's a bad game. It's not a bad game itself, because I've played Cyberpunk on maximum settings on my PC and it was a decent game. But on PS4 it's a shame. On PS4 this is a shameful game, and they should be ashamed to release such a game on PS4. It was better to cancel the PS4 version if they knew that it runs like crap and it's almost unplayable. I mean, on base PS4, Cyberpunk runs like a slideshow in some missions, and most of the time it just lags. It has some parts where it has like 30 FPS, but for the most part it's almost unplayable or unpleasant to play for most of the gameplay. What do you think of the Sonic games and the upcoming Sonic Frontiers? I don't know about Sonic Frontiers, but Sonic games in general are good, though there are so many sorts of Sonic games that I can't say something so general that something general about all of the games, because it depends on the Sonic game. There are so many. Okay, next up, FIFA 17. Shadow of the Colossus, which is pretty basic. Nioh 2, which again doesn't have a manual or something like that. It's just the game. Anthem. It just has a paper with welcome to Anthem. Bloodborne. And the last game I have on the shelf, the last PS4 game I have on the shelf, and maybe we'll leave on another stream what PC games I have. um, is Mafia Trilogy, and I love the packaging. Let me just show you. Oh, the stream is already 4 hours long. Okay, so Mafia Trilogy. It comes like this. How cool is this? This packaging is great. And when you remove a disc, it keeps the cover of the game. Super awesome. It doesn't have manuals. It just has some codes for some DLC content, but still the packaging is super cool. Packaging is super cool in the Mafia Trilogy. And just look at this. Super awesome. Super awesome packaging. And when you put it in back in the cardboard, it's compact. And it looks so cool in any game library to have this hanging around. It says Mafia, it's clean, it's nice, it's thick, and you know that usually thick game covers are more premium, especially on PS4 games. So yeah, I'm really glad how they made the packaging. It's super awesome. Is Mafia a good series? Well, yes, but um, I have to warn you of something. From the Mafia trilogy, um, the the remake for the first one is amazing. It's worth every penny, because this remake is really a remake. They remade the game like it's something new. From cutscenes to voice acting, everything is new. It's like a completely different game from the original. Mafia 2, on the other hand, it's better to play it on PC or on PS3, because the remake or remaster or whatever they did on PS4 is worse than the original game. It's glitchy. It snows in tunnels. It snows in your house. Uh, uh, AI is all over the place. AI is stupid. You can find all sorts of glitches. So I don't really recommend you to play Mafia 2 on PS4. It's playable. I finished Mafia 2 on PS4 too, because I love the game and I wanted to replay it. But for the best experience, it's better to play it on PC or on PS3. But it's still playable on PS4. And Mafia 3, well, it's so and so. It's not really that great of a game, Mafia 3. It has a good story, but it's super long and it's washed out, meaning that it's diluted. That's the word. It's diluted. It's a good story, but it's diluted. It's so elongated. They had a good story, but they just made it super long. They dragged the story for too long, and it's also repetitive. You do the same stealth action for the whole game. It's 20 hours of stealth killing, basically. Mafia 3. It has a good story, but it's it's too much for the story you get. So yeah, there you have it about Mafia. But this series itself is really good, especially this remake, the original Mafia 2, and the original Mafia 1 also. It's super good. And Mafia 3 is a good game, but don't expect it to be like these two games. These are masterpieces. Mafia 3, it's a good game, but It doesn't reach the same level as Mafia 1 and 2. Okay, let's close. Oh, and the back also has uh, the Mafia design on the back. So it's a great packaging. It's really great packaging. Really nice job. But Mafia 2 is a masterpiece. So I totally recommend you to play Mafia 2. Only that on PS4, as I said, it's buggy. So you're better off playing it on PC or on PS3. But it's still a masterpiece even if it's buggy. So they didn't ruin the atmosphere of the game with all those bugs. But Mafia 1 Remake is something else. It's much better than the first Mafia game. And Mafia 3 is, well, a good story but super diluted. And that concludes the PS4 games I have on this shelf. Whew. And it took me how much? 4 hours to show you what I had on this shelf, part of the upper shelf, and part of what I have down at the bottom. It took me 4 hours. Wow. Which means that if I want to show you what PC games I have and what Xbox games I have on this shelf, along with some of the PlayStation 2 games, it would take me another like 4 hours. And another, I think, 4 hours to show you what movies I have. So, yeah. If you're interested in this sort of content, tell me, because I will gladly show you, even if it takes like 4 hours to stream. That's like work shift. But yeah, I'm glad, because I mean, I hope you had a great time. I hope you had a great time too watching this stream. So yeah, this was um, in 4 hours and 11 minutes I managed to present you what PS3 and PS4 games I have on this shelf. So these are not really all of the games. These are what fit on a shelf. Oh, and if I still presented you PS3 and PS4 games, I also have 3 PlayStation Vita games on my shelf here. Uncharted, which is awesome. It's a masterpiece. If you have a Vita, this is a must play. Lego Batman and Killzone Mercenaries on the Vita. I'm glad that you found the stream to be fun. Will you do a stream for PS2? Well, I won't be able to make a full stream of PS2 games because I don't have that many on my shelf. Let me show you. See, I don't have that many PS2 games on this shelf, and I have some on the bottom register, but I don't think that I have as many as PSP games and PS3 games on the shelf. But maybe if I open the boxes and other drawers, I could scram for another long stream like this. But that will have to wait because it's easier for me to make a stream with what Xbox games I have here and PC games, and then the movies I have, and then maybe the comic books, and then gather the boxes and show you the PS2 games, the other PS2 games and other games. Oh, the battery is draining. As you can see, it's pulsating. Okay, so this was the stream because I intended to show you the PS3 and PS4 games I had on this shelf. today. So yeah, mission accomplished after 4 hours. Damn. So yeah, I hope to stream in the future. I don't know if I will be able to do it tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, or when I will be able to have some free time to show you the PC games. But I hope that I will comment like today in advance when I will do the stream. Okay, so I hope you enjoyed the stream. I enjoyed it too, and thank you for being here and having a conversation with me. Thank you. Okay, so see you guys. I'll end the stream now. Thank you so much for being here again. So see you in the next streams.